Hello, you absolutely beautiful people. Today I am going to be making a review on Darktide with my good friend here, Noah, and we are going to be starting this video right off the rip with the cons of the game, and I will be going first. And the first con in the list is that this development team just takes way too long to push out their updates. For a game that's supposed to be live service, this shit takes way too long. An example would be that they said they were going to add new personalities, but they have not brought one new one in since the release of the game. And I think they only have like 12 right now.
As well with that, yes, they're planning on adding hopefully new personalities, but the personalities are good for what we have right now. Now, mind you, the personalities that we have, usually each class has one that's like the de facto, like that's the best one. So you might be always hearing the same one.
Yeah.
Like I know, for example, the veteran, you always hear the Cadian. Like,
it's very rare to not hear the Cadian. The Psyker for a while was the one that was very rude to everybody. I can't remember the name of it offhand right now.
Gaudy. Everything is so gaudy.
That's the one that's gotten more popular recently. The one that's shout at simpletons.
Oh yeah.
It's the one that sounds kind of weird. I don't know how to explain what
it's kind of hard to tell the difference between. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between the Psyker ones. They're so uppity.
Yeah, they're all up their own ass in a way. It's kind of funny, but we're not saying that the 12 versions of the personalities aren't, like, all of them are pretty decent, and some of them are better than others, but more would be nice, like they promised.
More would be nice. A Catachan jungle fighter.
Oh man,
and we'd be cooking.
There's so many good jokes. I saw this back at home, just like home.
Shooting a poxburster. You're not as deadly as a Catachan barking toad.
That toad would have done more.
Exactly. You could have some real fun with it.
You can have so much fun with all the characters, honestly. Zealot, whatever. But the next con is when they said they were going on vacation and we were only going to get hot fixes over the summer, and it's the same case now for the winter break. They need to get their work done early before they go out and play. You know, they need to pump out, like, they need to sit there and work on these updates and then go on vacation. It's ridiculous having to wait 3 or 4 months for an update that probably isn't going to be that big, in all honesty. This update was an exception.
It should have been one of two things. Like, you always see in the development teams, either they do one, like, really massive update before they go on a break, or they do their normal update, but they still keep to the increment of, like, you know, just a little something every month or so. Just a little something, just something that wets the taste buds enough for the people to stay. But instead, we got, what was it, 3-4 months of just nothingness, but hot fix. Yeah, I don't really consider hot fixes anything, because most of the time
it's just bug fixes.
Yeah.
Which, there's nothing wrong with fixing bugs, and the game still has a bunch of them, but...
Well, yeah, we'll get to that, but there's one really big one that they have had since the beginning.
Yeah. So, the next con is that the Veteran, Zealot, and Psyker either have no passive, or their passive's absolutely fucking trash. But meanwhile, the Ogryn has the creme de la creme. The cream of the crop of passives.
But Abel, I'm a veteran. I can peek cover, which I thought everyone could do until like 2 weeks ago.
I literally thought that was a thing everyone could do. But that was just me with my big, manly monkey brain uncrouching and shooting and then getting back into cover.
Yeah.
I did not know that was a regular fucking passive for Guardsmen. I was playing it like any other game.
I didn't either. I just did the normal, you know, crouch, uncrouch.
Like, it also doesn't help that if you run one of the mods, I can't remember which one, that it might just be weapon customization, where if you're crouching, it'll crouch you like you're always having your weapon up against the wall if you have that turned on.
I haven't noticed that. but
You might have
that's
had it
just-
turned. I think it's off by default.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's
I
off by
probably-
default. I know I had it on for a while, but some of the weapons are just so bulky, like the machine gun, the Ogryn machine guns. They get in the way and make it hard to see.
I don't know if we mentioned this later in the review, but let's just say that let's give a shout out to the weapon customization mod. That's what's
Yeah,
keeping this game.
shout outs to the fucking modders. Well, you know what? We're gonna put a pro. Like, we're gonna talk about that in the pros, but
Okay, yeah.
we're gonna give some big shout outs to those guys.
Because they're really the ones keeping the game alive.
But the next con is these updates either only cater to new players or cater to old players. Most of the time, it's just one or the other, never both. Most of the time, it's only new players. Like the patch before last.
This update was for older players, but it
definitely does help new players because that was the launch for PS5.
Well, yeah, no, but what I'm saying is the Havoc, the new.
Yeah, Havoc is
that's-
1000% for the guys that are sitting there and able to run through Auric Maelstroms no problem and go to Havoc. And we will be discussing the issues of Havoc here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get there. Don't get me wrong, it's really good for, more veteran players, but I think it's too much for veteran players. Like, not everyone's going to be that level of, like... Cracked, or I want to say professionalism, because doing Havoc is like doing a job. You got to be regimented, you got to have the right gear, you got to have the right build.
You have to be ready for it, you have to be mentally just prepared to get your shit rocked. It's crazy. And not only that, if you don't have... We'll talk about it later. But, the fifth con here is that there's typos all over the place, and there's bugged blessing descriptions that have still been in the game after all these updates. And just bugs in general. If you try to swap your weapons while you're, like, you go to shoot, and you swap your weapon during, like, the recovery animation, you'll shoot again. It's annoying as shit, especially as a Zealot player. When playing on Havoc, you see it more and more because you have to hot swap a lot between gun, melee weapon, gun, melee weapon, gun, melee weapon. It happens all the time.
Well, you gotta keep in mind also the keystone for one of the Guardsmen's thing is that. That's
specifically that.
This swapping.
That keystone is annoying as shit. It's good, but it's annoying as fuck having to constantly go, oh, melee ranged, melee ranged, melee ranged.
Oh. And I know right now, that is, like, apparently the build to go on Guardsmen. I hate it, but that is the build.
Yeah, the sixth con here is the shop, also, or the Commodore's Vestures. It's what it's called in game.
The pay shop, like where
yeah,
you real world,
the premium
real
currency
world.
shop where you have to spend real world currency for your skins,
Cosmetics.
your whatever. But the problem is that, it's your modern day game. It's got a fucking in-game shop to it. There's never going to be a problem with it. You're never going to sit there and go, oh, this skin's free all of a sudden. I'm going to snag it up. You're never going to have an issue with that. That thing is going to be the most polished thing. There's never going to be a typo. There's never going to be a misspelling. Nothing around that. There's free skins right now that you get that are spelled wrong. But I've seen nothing in the Commodore's Vesture spelled wrong. No glitches evolved around it. Nothing. And honestly, these patches they put out don't incentivize you to even want to purchase anything.
Oh, and even better, with one of the cons where we mentioned that it's like they're always very late, or like it takes them a long time. They are on the money in that prepaid store. Like, sorry, not prepaid. The premium currency store. It's like if they say, "Hey, we're gonna be switching over to a new thing tomorrow."
It's happening.
On the money. It's on the money. Like
they're
not missing it. They're not missing it. If I remember right, the store technically refreshes either every week or every 2 weeks, and they have never missed the mark. Even when they were on vacation, like the whole 4 months, they still rotated that out.
Yeah, it was always constantly rotating out. And they honestly, as sad as it is to see, they have FOMO too. It's always on rotation and they still have FOMO. I'm pretty sure it's the Krieger outfits. They've only shown up twice.
They've either showed up twice or 3 times, but whenever they do it, they make like a huge announcement.
And honestly, in my opinion, those don't look like accurate Kriegers.
It's too fancy.
Like, the Kriegers are supposed to be gritty. Like, the only one that's kind of close is the Zealots, and even then, it's still wrong. The Guardsman's mask kind of looks right, and the Zealot's chest piece kind of looks right. That's about it.
Well, I know the recent... the recent Krieger outfit is actually different from the older one.
Really?
Yeah,
so they have 2?
Different. They changed up the Guardsman a little. It looks more Death's Head, if you know what I mean. Like, it has that faceplate with, like, the carved-in skull kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I noticed that, but it wasn't enough for me to be like, oh, what a big change. Let me buy it now.
Yeah, I have not spent a penny on the cash shop, and the most annoying part is that they originally said, for the cash shop, if you sat there and played the beta, all that stuff, you'd get some, you know, special currency for it. Didn't get a penny. Not one thing. But, here, let's talk about Havoc real fast, because...
Yeah,
this is definitely a con, and the fact that you always need a 4-man, if you want to get higher than, like, the 20s, you have to have a 4-man.
So,
comms, good builds, all that.
Yeah, like, me and Abel have probably combined, I want to say 1,500 hours. Maybe more.
Let me check.
I have at least 1,000.
I have, I want to say, like, 700 hours.
I got 958, so, yeah, we got hours in this game. We cannot get past level 21. With just the 2 of us, mind you.
Just the 2 of us,
with
we
randoms.
keep getting randoms that don't know what they're doing.
And if you listen to... Yeah, like, it's rough. It's really rough. Like, because I have the best gear, probably, possible. And we'll get to why I have other issues with what I'm doing in Darktide, but suffice it to say, I have the best stuff I can be bringing on the Veteran. And it is not doing it for me. It's like, it's not like, I'm covering, but I can't cover so hard that because you need comms.
Yeah, they ramp up the spawns like crazy. I mean, one point, I think there was the cap on scab gunners that were allowed to spawn, and there's like 9 or 10 of them shooting at us at once. We lost that game because people we were playing with, which was 2 of our friends at the time, they didn't know what they were doing with, you know, the builds, because they just wanted to go in like it was just a regular stroll through the park.
And that brings us to why I think, personally, I don't know about Abel, because I don't think we've talked about it that much. I think Havoc is healthy for the game in the beginning, but down the road, when less people have interest in it and realize... Because it doesn't really have, like, the only value of it is just the achievement of beating it. You actually don't get much of anything for beating it.
Yeah, you can't farm... I don't think you can really farm dockets very well. You definitely can't get diamantine and plasteel, so if you need those...
So how it gives out the diamantine, plasteel, and dockets is how high of a level you beat. It gives you like
in that
reward case, a reward case, and at the end of the week when it resets, you can open up that case to get whatever.
Yeah, so if you fail 3 times, it takes you down 1 level.
No. The case is based off your highest level, so you could like...
Yeah, for that completed that week, but if you say you complete a level 40 last week, you have to do another level 40. But if you fail 3 times, you get bumped down to 39, 38, 37, so on and so forth, if you keep failing. So, it is a once-a-week thing, and that once you have someone that has rank 40, it's a once-a-week thing. But even then, you don't want something like that to be once a week like it's a fucking Destiny raid.
And also, again, you have to walk into that like it's your job. You need 4 people.
Yeah.
It actually it incentivizes you to go against what you've been taught throughout most of the game, because you can't stay together. There's not enough time for you to do what you need to do if you all stay together and do, like, you have to split up in like teams of 2.
Yeah, normally the game wants you to be group hugging each other as much as physically possible because of perks. I think it's perks, keystones, stuff like that, that wants you to sit there and, you know, huddle up, stay as a team, and keep giving each other bonuses off of other stuff like that. And with groups of 2, you can't sit there and run certain perks that require everyone around you, because not everyone's going to be around you now, definitely, because you have to split up and do tasks. It's crazy. You have to do a buddy system, and you have to keep an eye on your buddy. Normally, the game goes, Ogryn babysits the Psyker, Zealot babysits the Guardsmen, and Ogryn also babysits the Guardsmen. But now it's one person babysits the other, and they sit there and pretty much hug each other the whole way through. If they get separated, they're probably going down.
They're either going down, or they're going to take a real ass kicking before they're able to regroup.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not entirely sure of all the mechanics, but from what I've seen, the higher in the ranks you go, the lower your max level of toughness goes down. So if you have 100 toughness, it'll go down to like 95. And if you have 100 health, it'll go down to 95. It is crazy. I have a ludicrous amount of health built into my build, and man, every single time you go up one, you just see a chunk of it just disappear. Like, what the fuck?
It might be percentage based.
It might be. Honestly, it might be.
I've never noticed the health strain, but I've noticed the toughness strain.
Yeah, since you play guard, your max stat is toughness, so
yeah,
it's ridiculous with some of the changes. They definitely do more damage too, a lot more. I think they have more resistances as well. Because
it's a combination of, there's one of the things where it's just like, oh yeah, it's like Auric level enemies, and then it can have like another modifier for harder skin.
Yeah, like, their skin's tougher, they leave goop on the ground, their heads can explode, they shoot faster. It's crazy what these guys will do to you. I mean, I swear they increase their melee speed without telling you, because these guys are swinging around like they're on fucking crack. It's ridiculous. They're so fast, too. It's like they just randomly show up running at Mach fuck.
But yeah, to finish up the Havoc so we don't stay on it too long, I think it's healthy for the game right now because there's a lot of new players, a lot of people playing it. But as time goes on, probably only like 10 or 5% of players are going to still be playing it.
If that.
And good luck. And the only people that are going to be playing it still are probably already going to be 4-manned up. So good luck finding a team to play with.
Not only that, you might actually have to look look out of the party finder and try to find people in their Discord and other Discords to find a game of Havoc once it gets a couple months from now. Maybe even in just January. You're probably going to struggle finding it. But enough of the negativity. We're going to go to the positives of this game with the pros. But the first pro is that every 40k game fucking wishes they could get this kind of atmosphere that Darktide gets. And the theming the game has. It's so good.
The grittiness is just like unbelievable.
The maps look amazing. The maps feel like they belong in a 40k game. The way people talk to each other feels very 40k. Just even the weapons, like when your weapon bounces off of it and off of something, and the sound it makes is great. Like the game gives you so much feedback on everything. Like you know why something's happening. Like when you're catching on, like when your feet are on fire, you know why your feet are on fire, because it gives you small little icons here and there. You know, you can hear the sound effects it makes. They have a sound for like everything.
Now, mind you, if you can hear all those sounds.
If you're hearing those things, something's wrong's going on.
Yeah, if you can hear all those sounds with the gunfire going off, well, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of the things that I love about this game is that just how the game sounds, how the game feels. all that. So good.
Now,
The battle shouts, everything.
oh yeah, super good. I'm trying to think here. But I love the atmosphere, like love it. But unfortunately, because of the pacing that the development team does, it gets kind of old. Now, mind you, that's with, like, 900 hours in, which is a lot of time.
You're guaranteed, most likely guaranteed, to get close to 1,000 hours off of the past few updates. That, like, from day one to now, we're all close to squeezing out, like, 1,600 hours together. We could probably get more if we decided to sit there and actually play the game some more here and there, instead of going, hey, you want to, play it once every few weeks or so. But even then, that's still a good amount of time. For a $40 game, that's some good bang for your buck.
Oh, no, yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, it's like, when you reach the point that we're at in the game...
And it's not hard to get to it.
And, well, it just takes time.
Yeah.
And in that time that you spend in there, you won't regret it.
No, you're going to love every moment of it until you get to the wall.
And like when you get to that wall, it isn't like a gradual. You just hit it, and you're just like, wow, this game is awesome, but for some reason, I'm just bored.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's literally just out of the blue, just, wow, I'm really bored doing this all of a sudden. Because you could have sat there, you would have had the time of your life yesterday, now today it's boring as fuck, for whatever reason.
And I actually think the crafting change that they did might actually speed the wall up a little more, because you don't have to play as much to get, the RNG.
Yeah, you don't have to farm the diamantine and the plasteel to do the 2 fucking slot machines to just possibly get a gun that you might not want. Because it's going to go, I got the god roll stats for the 80 and all the stats I want. Now it's time for the other slot machine that's going to be way worse. But
I got lucky before the crafting where I got what I needed, so most of the time I have in the game is actually pretty well spent. It's not like, oh, I'm only playing to get the roll that I need. I got lucky in that I got the rolls that I needed. But I know you got like, you were
really
constantly
unlucky.
You were constantly having to re-roll.
Yeah, I spent so much dockets.
Dockets and plasteel.
So many dockets, plasteel, and diamantine to try to get decent rolls. And a lot of the time I was getting garbage rolls. Just bottom of the barrel, like, oh, it wasn't even funny. And then you sit there and you get it, and then they nerf it. Like, what the fuck? Anyways. The second pro is the gunplay. Unironically, it's a masterpiece with how they got the gunplay, with the way the guns sound, they feel, and the way they just rip things to shreds. When you shoot someone in the chest with the las gun, you can see like their chest light up in a bright orangish red, and like see the wound searing into their chest.
You can also blow off their head.
Yeah, you can have their head just like a hole clean through their skull, or depending on the gun, blow it clean off their shoulders, rip arms off, rip legs off, cut them in half.
Rip the armor off and see their face under it.
Like, it's
melted away.
Crazy what the weapons, like what they did with this game. Now, that can make your frame rate, go
shit to bed.
Just absolutely ape shit the moment that stuff kind of happens, but unfortunately, that's going to be an issue unless you sit there and fine-tune your settings and find the right one for you. But I honestly think it's a great thing that they added stuff like that, because that just adds to the nitty-gritty of not just Darktide, but 40k in general, of someone surviving a hit to the face from a Thunderhammer because their helmet saved them, and you see their literal bones and their muscle looking right at you because they somehow took it. Because the helmet, just whatever saved them, their armor, their helmet. You hit them in the chest and you can see their chest, like a sucking flesh wound, just ripped open. like see their rib cage, their heart even at times. I think like these guys are walking tanks. It's awesome, honestly. And I'd say a lot of the weapons are pretty balanced too, except a few here and there that are just kind of shit, especially with the grenades. There's one grenade that is extraordinarily garbage, and we will be talking about that in the balance section of the review. But
he doesn't even need to say it.
Smoke grenade, but we'll explain why later. But the third pro is that, like we said earlier, the giving just peak. It's great. Just watching a guy get cleaved into two is just so fun. Like, it sounds weird. It sounds like sociopathic, but it's just fun. When you have a chain, like the Eviscerator or a chainsaw, and you cut a guy in two, it's just crazy to see them just go flying the other way because games don't do that anymore.
But what makes it even better is you don't have time to notice that because
No.
it is so hectic. You're just like, okay, I just cleaved that guy in half. I really want to admire it, but now I need to cleave that guy in half.
I mean, the only times you really get to admire it is if it's something like a special spawned in and it's just him.
Yeah.
And you get to watch him, you know, go somersaulting, his one half going somersaulting this way and the other half going somersaulting that way. Hey guys, this is Editing Dex here. I'm sorry for how long this video has been taking. I said it'll be out in a week, like a month ago, and I was a big fat fucking liar. So, boo me in the comments, call me whatever you want. But hey, it's out whenever it comes out. Anyways, the reason why this shit's been taking so long, all my video footage got corrupted, and that wasn't really a problem because I had gotten some constructive criticism, which I love, I enjoy. Thank you so much, about using the audio of the gameplay to do it. I originally thought that I wasn't going to do that because I knew my next review was going to be for Killing Floor 2, and it'd be jarring if that one didn't have much audio because a lot of Killing Floor 2's stuff is the music and the way the guns are, the dialogue, and all that. It's all of it being blended together for a perfect, like, storm of stuff. But, noted, I will start doing that from now on. But, I kept forgetting to record. I'd have OBS started, but not running. So there's that. Then I had moments to where I forgot to turn the game audio on, where I was doing something else earlier than the day before, and I was like, oh yeah, I don't need the audio on, so I turned it off, and that would happen. Or it would be on the wrong game, because I was doing other things. Anyways, that's my bad. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm gonna have to do a bit of editing magic here, but you know what? It's for my fucking lovely people that are watching this video right now, so I'm sorry for it. Again, I'm sorry, guys. It's been a crazy year. Last year was, so hopefully this new year I'm gonna get out more videos. I promise they're gonna be quicker. I don't know how much quicker because I finally started working now. That was one of the reasons why it didn't come out, so thank you for understanding. And you go, oh wow, that was interesting.
But after a major horde, you can just look around the battlefield and you just see chunks of
just everywhere. Blood, chunks, just maggots even, depending on the enemy, just everywhere.
I always thought that they should add something where like the blood can get on your visor and like, you know, you gotta like like your character naturally, like, you know, wipes it off. Like you don't have to do anything for it, but it's just that gritty, like you're in the middle of a fight and you just see a hand go across your face to like wipe off the blood from.
Or like he uses his forearm or whatever to wipe it off, something like.
Just something, because like a lot of those enemies, man, they just explode into blood, maggots, whatnot.
Everything. Like if a bolter rips through a crowd, I mean, there's blood flying everywhere. If the Ripper, the shotgun, I think it's called the... Oh, what is it called? The Ogryn shotguns.
What? The double barrel?
No, not the double barrel. The grenade launcher that's like a shotgun.
Oh, the kickback.
Yeah, the kickback. When the kickback, man, when that thing hits, it's crazy how much blood and guts go flying everywhere. And honestly, that's probably one of the best parts of the game, is just watching that happen, you know? If you see a massive horde just get ripped to shreds by yourself or someone else using that gun, it's a little dopamine hit, like, haha, that's funny.
Oh yeah, yeah. And my buddy that uses the kickback, I see him in fire, and I'm just like, missed.
Yeah, it's turning them into mist. Like, literally turns them into mist. It's a red mist or a green mist, depending on the enemy, but...
Why not both?
True, they're normally mixed in between. A nice red and
Why not
green. We're
both?
getting the Christmas colors year-round. But, the last pro is that they had finally fixed frame rate issues that I was experiencing, and probably a lot of other people were experiencing from time to time. It must have been something in the back end. God bless that I can actually play the game at 60 FPS now. Very rarely I get frame drops, but when that normally occurs, I just gotta restart the game and it fixes itself. But on that, I forgot to mention this in the cons. They still have the fucking problem of memory leaks. It is so annoying.
And also you have one other issue. I don't know if it's on your end or if it's the game end. That first load-in that you always have.
Oh man, my first load is terrible.
Be
It
that
might
the
be
first
because of
load
a
into the
mod,
game or the
but
mission. Yeah, be that. Well, if it was a mod, me and you would probably both have it. We share a lot of mods.
yeah, I don't know. It's weird, but
Yeah, his first load-in, man, he is never
it
loaded
takes
in.
forever. It's fucking. The only time it doesn't take long is if I go immediately to the shooting range, which is a mod that I have. I don't know if it's that mod that causes it, which would be weird as fuck. Because why can I go to the shooting range instantly, but not the Morning Star?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be discussing how I feel about the last two updates, and I like them, since the people that have been unlucky like myself can finally get a decent fucking weapon without rolling every single slot machine in the hopes they get a decent fucking weapon, whether it be a melee weapon or a gun. I didn't understand what they were doing with the crafting update, and they didn't really say anything until like the day it was gonna come out. So I could have easily
Been like me.
maxed out every single weapon and had every single weapon into the future until like the dawn of time maxed out, because I had over like 10 million dockets in the bank, and I spent almost all of it trying to get god rolls for my weapons, not knowing how that shit would work. But it helps out in the long run for newer players and older players alike that were like myself, like I said, just wasting millions of dockets trying to get a fucking roll for something that they're probably not going to get as a god roll anyways, because Hadron decided to be a cunt. But I do like the new update, since it's giving higher skilled players a reason to keep playing. It's fucking hard. Anyone that tells you that Havoc is easy is fucking lying to you. And
Well, remember, there was that guy that we saw who was like, hey, guys, I heard that it gets hard, like, after 30. And we're only on, like, level 20, and we're just, like, getting our ass kicked.
yeah, I found that so hilarious that he said he heard it's difficult at level 20. Or level 30, sorry. And we're sitting there at level 21. He died first!
He died first, and then I think he rage quit, if I remember right.
It was either he died first, someone else died and he rage quit, or it was the other guy that had rage quit and he stayed. I can't remember. But we're not shitting on the guy, it's just funny that happened, you know? Like, it's crazy what they throw at you the moment you get past 20. Like, you are getting swarmed by guys. And if you guys aren't going in there ready to fight for your life, like your life fucking depends on it, like it's your job, good fucking luck. Because man, that shit is hard. But what about you, Noah? What do you feel about the two updates?
So, for the crafting update, I had the complete opposite, just because I got lucky with my rolls, so I didn't need to spend it. And I had the gear I had the money, the plasteel, the diamantine to just throw money at the crafting problem and max out everything. So, an update so there was actually two updates that we're having in this review. There was the Grim Protocol and then there's the crafting one. In the crafting one,
I think that
came
one's called
after,
Locked and Loaded. I can't remember.
yeah, I can't remember either. The crafting one came after they went on the 3 or 4 month vacation. So this was like the big release. Like
That they called that a massive update.
And we're coming up. It took me an hour and 15 minutes, give or take, to do everything in that update. Everything. And I looked at, and so
That's
I maxed
including
out
the mission.
Yeah, mission. Yeah. Oh, we'll get to the mission in a second. But just crafting, an hour and 15 minutes, and I maxed out everything on the veteran. And I have the materials to max out everything on all the other classes, which I've only played them until level 30, and never touched them again. And I could just go over there with my money and throw money at the problem and max out everything on them too. But I don't want to because I don't play them, so I'm just going to save my money.
Yeah, there's no point on spending it because you don't play them. It's not that the classes are shit, you just don't like them.
And I was actually able to do it mathematically. I did the math on how much it took me to max out my veteran, and it was like, okay, how much would it cost me to max out everything else? And I was like, yeah, I got the money for it. I could do it if I wanted to. So, perks of playing so many hours in the game is you have a lot of liquid assets, but it just felt really underwhelming for me because, yeah, I could play with the weapons, but a lot of the weapons that I had to play with that I didn't use, I wouldn't use because they were actually pretty shit weapons.
Most of them probably aren't going to work out, whether that be because of ammo economy, whether that be damage output, whichever. Like, there's so many factors that lead into a gun being good in Darktide. It's not just what does big numbers.
And then we get to the mission that they released. It was a really cool mission concept. It's a train. You got to stop it. You're on a time limit. The problem with it is that time limit. One of the biggest things in Darktide is that the grittiness, but also the environment that you're in. But because of that time limit, and it is tight, like...
It's a very tight time limit.
I remember we finished a mission within, like, we had like a second or two left before we
had 2 seconds left.
And we beat it. But in that way, that was us going like, peak speed.
I had to 2-shot the boss for us to win that. Yeah. Like, I actually had to 2-shot the boss because the first hit I did, our teammates screwed me over because I go for a 1-shot build on my Zealot, and because of what teammates were doing, they pushed the boss out like real far out of my reach. I have to sit there and keep away with him because of the way I have to set myself up for the 1-shot. And I got to hit him once, and I had to sit there and get my ability back as fast as possible so I could sit there, run up, and get a second hit in to one-shot him, attempt to one-shot him again, and I was able to, and because of that, we actually finished with, like, literally racing against the clock there with a couple seconds to spare.
Whenever we're in a boss fight, I get the shields off for Abel, and Abel just blows them up. And I just keep everything off of Abel as possible. But with that 2 seconds left, I had to position myself so as soon as the door opened, I could shoot the stuff to, like, end the mission.
Yeah,
and we had 2 seconds left.
If I might have the footage of that. I might not. If I don't, I might have a footage somewhere of me, like, showcasing me one-shotting a boss, like, to show that I'm not bullshitting. Like, I can do that. And it took that to win. So if I was playing literally anything else of that Zealot, we would have lost.
And because of that speed, the main reason we got to this, you can't enjoy the train. You can't look at the environment. I really don't remember that much about the train other than, like, a straight line, pretty much.
It's like the best way to put it, it's like a Call of Duty map, but there's no, like, exterior parts of it. It's 2 hallways at times, and sometimes it's just one, with some branching paths in between both hallways. And there is one part, or maybe 2 parts, where there is some vertical to it, but that's about it, and that's just to continue the mission on.
Yeah, and the vertical parts you technically don't have to do if the game doesn't make you go up there.
Yeah, you can avoid the vertical if the game decides that it doesn't want to spawn the things you have to pick up there.
So, good mission idea. I don't think it fits right in the Darktide grand scheme of things, where, yes, there is that pressure, but the pressure is too much because it takes away from the other elements that make Darktide Darktide.
Yeah, I feel like the best parts of Darktide is when you're getting hammered down, like you're wanting to take your time, and because of that, the game's like, okay, we're gonna start sending more in because you're taking your time. But the game also has a problem with if you're going too fast, they're gonna send more at you. And so you have to find that sweet spot middle ground. But this mission, man, it goes against the grain of making you want to go at a casual stroll, and it wants you to beat feet and go. And there are some cool, like, I've seen some interesting things in the train. It's just you don't get enough time to look at it. That's the main issue of that mission. It's a great mission.
Oh yeah,
it's
good
fun.
Mission. It's just, and obviously it just gets worse the higher the difficulty goes. Yeah, if you play in the lower difficulties, yeah, you can kill stuff quick enough where you can actually look around the train and enjoy it. But if you're playing on the higher difficulties where like each kill is like taken down to the number, like by a second, you don't get to enjoy the map.
No, you gotta sit there and make sure that you're paying attention to everything going on, watching the guy that's doing the mini game for the progression and all that. It's crazy. If people are not paying attention, it's pretty much on the hardest difficulty. If someone goes down, you're probably not making it.
Because you have to slow down and you have to pick.
Now you have to stop the fuck train.
You either have to stop the fuck train or you have to basically say we can't get him, and then you're going to be a man down for a while, which is also pretty bad because
which is also really bad. But now
you're losing some damage potential.
But I dare say it's still a good map with all the negatives. It's still a good map.
Oh no, it's absolutely a good map. It's just it has some issues that it doesn't feel like Darktide.
Yeah, it's not the game's fault. It's literally the map's fault, but it makes the map interesting. It's not a cut like from the same cloth. It's a different type of cloth you're cutting from, and it still feels like Darktide, but it cuts other parts of Darktide out. It's weird, but it still works. It's a good map.
It's a map that shouldn't have to follow the same rules as other maps because it is different.
Yeah. You just have to go on that map thinking differently.
Yeah, surprisingly thinking differently. I had to use one of the weapons that
arguably one of the weakest guns in the game.
Arguably one of the weakest guns for the Guardsmen. Not the weakest gun in the game. It actually is a good gun in the game, but like for what it's supposed to do for like roll wise,
yeah,
it's the weakest.
We can actually I have that written down for later, and we'll be discussing why that's the case. But
okay, yeah.
The most recent map they added is honestly pretty damn good.
It is.
I liked it. It definitely pushes the story a lot too.
Considering we've only been able to beat it once.
I think we beat it a couple times.
No. Well, we got it to the end a couple times. We've only beat it once.
I thought we did it on the Havoc mission we did.
No, we lost.
Did we? I think we lost near the end of that.
Yeah, we lost. That was with
the ending's rough.
The ending is very rough because there is a lot.
They send a lot at you. A lot of Crushers, a lot of Maulers, a lot of Bulwarks. They send a lot of the specials that are very tanky at you. Not many Reapers.
The things I'm not really good at killing.
Not many Reapers, shockingly. Or Gunners in general.
There was actually, when we were fighting, there was a lot of Reapers and Gunners. It's just, I can kill those pretty, efficiently.
I think it's because I don't spawn. I wasn't standing near where they spawned. I was mainly spawning where all the fucking Bulwarks and shit were spawning, ready to kick my ass.
Hey man, that's where they should be spawning, not next to me, next to you.
They can spawn next to me all they want, because I eat those guys up for breakfast, but it is a good map. Definitely a lot of unexpected dialogue comes from that map too. And I don't want to spoil anything about the map, because it is a good map. It was definitely interesting to see what was going on. And honestly, all in all, it's a pretty good update. A very rare good update for new and old players alike. Except the Guardsmen players, unfortunately. They just don't care about the Guardsmen. they just don't give a fuck.
They literally slapped the Guardsmen in the face by putting in the update notes. Like, hey, people have been asking us where the Guardsman stuff is. Yeah, we didn't have anything ready for him, so we'll have stuff ready for him next year. I want
I'm gonna look for that. I don't think it's in the official patch notes, but it's in like the thing of, oh, we're showing off the new weapons that we'll be putting in our update, guys. I think it's in there. So I'll take a screenshot of it and put it in while I'm editing it to show y'all, because that's bullshit. I feel so bad for the Guardsmen players. I really do.
It would be way better if they just didn't say anything.
Yeah, you just might as well ignore it.
They might as well just, like, if you're gonna ignore it like you are, just don't say anything. Just like, but if you're gonna say, hey, here's these 3 cool weapons for the new classes. Oh, and you wanna know where the veteran stuff is? Yeah, go fuck yourself. It's somewhere else. It's next year.
Yeah.
They literally, like, looked at me. Like, when I read that, it felt like someone just looked at me through my computer screen and just slapped me across the face and say, take it, and then left.
Yeah, I felt so bad using the new weapons, because, like, if a Guardsman player joins, like, it's like sitting there on Christmas. Your brother, your sister, your cousin, whoever got a gift and you didn't. Like, come on. That's wrong. That's just fucked up. But I'm just glad that.
Well, I'm happy that the other classes are getting shit. Don't mind me on that. I'm happy they are, but it's coming from a place of I don't ever get shit on Guardsmen. I'm happy that other classes are getting shit.
God forbid the Ogryn gets something, because Jesus Christ, he has no weapons. But I dare say it was a good update overall.
I would say so, yeah.
I am glad that PlayStation now has it, because everyone deserves to have a decent fucking game. Whether you be PlayStation, PC, or Xbox. You deserve to have a decent fucking game to play, and I dare say this game is fucking decent. We played about 900, 700 hours, so we dare say it's fucking decent. And just getting a taste of what 40k and Darktide has to offer, maybe getting more people into 40k that aren't fucking normies. But, we're gonna discuss the classes now. All 4 of our boys.
Here, let's do veteran in a second. I need to like mentally prepare myself for this one.
You need to mentally prepare. All right. So we'll do
I'll do it after you, Zealot.
We'll do Zealot then. But Zealot is the melee powerhouse of the group. He's easily the highest single target melee damage hitting character in the game. Now, emphasis on melee single target damage. He's not going to do much in the ranged game. He can, but it's best to just go all in on your strong point of meleeing the shit out of people and beating the brakes off of them. And you're just meant to you're either meant to go in there and assassinate the high priority targets that are in melee and can sacrifice to be a support class to sit there and buff teammates with the chorus of the I can't remember what that F key is called. Yeah, you bust out the
good book.
I think you bust out like a cross or something like that, but well, a cross. Fury of the Faithful, I think. No, Chorus of Spiritual Fortitude. I cannot read today. I'm sorry. But you can sit there and buff your teammates with the chorus and give them, I think it's a 20% damage buff or a 20% DR buff. Remember, they can't kill you if they're dead, but it's one or the other. Well, you have 3 things, actually. You can either be a high-priority assassin, support class, which I think is a weaker build for the team, since you're not really doing anything, and you can kill almost anything in 1 or 2 hits. By being you can be a support by DPSing for your team, with your strongest weapons. Or you can sit there and be a lawnmower and cleave everything, to kill everything that is medium... low, medium, and sometimes the higher tier enemies. Like, you can kill crushers as a lawnmower, it's just very hard. But the Zealot has a couple of melee weapons, which in this game, your primary weapon is your melee weapon, and your secondary weapon is your gun. But he has like 3 or 4, let's see, I think 4 unique melee weapons, and they are the Thunderhammer, which is easily his highest single shot, 1-hit kill potential melee weapon probably in the game, honestly. It just shits out damage if you just build it right. If you make your character build right and you make your melee weapon right, it will just annihilate
well, that's your
anything.
Weapon.
I personally use it now since they buffed it, and they didn't make it to where you don't have to wait 3 business days to swing your weapon again. But God bless that buff, I'm sorry. God bless that buff. That shit was ridiculous. It feels like every class is getting nerfed now. Except Ogryn and Psyker. But...
Hey, they can't nerf Guardsman anymore. He's already at the fucking bottom.
I know, they keep nerfing him, it feels like. But, I dare say that the Thunderhammer buff was required, though, because you never saw people running that shit. Because of how garbage it was. But his next weapon is called the Crusher, ironically. The Crusher is literally we have the Thunderhammer at home, but it does, like, AoE damage, and it kind of, like, explodes, and it has, like, knocks people away.
It's meant to be the CC.
It's a knockdown tool, but the problem in Darktide is that when you knock something down and you did no damage, teammates are going to sit there and go, okay, he fell down. He's either dead or almost dead. And then they're going to hit him once and go, why the fuck is he not dead? And I don't like knockdowns in the game unless you're knocking over, like, a boss or, like, the big motherfuckers, like the Crushers, the Bulwarks, the Reapers. Like, then that's
knocking
whatever.
down a Bulwark makes it easy for me. Like, opening
yeah,
them up for me.
Yeah, those are the only times where those are the exceptions. Like, if you just knock down a whole group of Poxwalkers and you did nothing to them, that shit sucks.
Yes and no. Now, mind you, this is coming from a Guardsman mentality, in that the knockdown gives space. Like, it gives you time to get space so you can pull your gun out again. And
well, this is coming from a Zealot's mindset, not a veteran's mindset. With the Zealot, you want to kill them. Like, if they're dead, they can't kill your... Like, when they're dead, they can't kill your Guardsman, and they can't kill your Psyker. But if you knock them on the ground, they're just going to get up and, you know, go, I like to cut, G, and slap your Zealot or whoever else in the ass.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Abel always leaves me to die whenever I go down. Always.
Never once have revived that man.
It's a... Okay, it's not that bad. But it is an actual running joke where it's like, whenever he goes down, I'm able to get him up somehow. But when I go down, man...
Dude.
Everything just comes and it's just like, all right, we're gonna make the Great Wall between...
Oh my god. No, it's crazy, because when I go down, my teammates turn into fucking SEAL Team 6. They're like, we gotta get this man up, just... But the moment he goes down, bro, people just get retarded. It's crazy.
I'm down,
and it could be back to back. Like, the moment I go down and he goes down, they're SEAL Team 6, get me up, and then their brains... It's like, somehow magically, they grow brain cells, and the moment I get up, gone.
Gone. It's just like, literally, it's a running joke. Like, you know how when you go down, you're like, you're just like, you're getting ready to get back up? No, when I go down, I just whip out my phone and be like, all right, see you guys in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't, it's a phenomenon. It's so weird. But the next melee weapon the Zealot has is the Eviscerator. It's easily his highest cleaving weapon. Like, does the most damage for his cleaves. It might be different now with the Relic Blade. I haven't had too much of a time to use it, because I don't like the weapon. I just don't. I don't know why. I think it's because of my mindset of I want to hit something and kill it in one hit, just dead. And the Eviscerator will allow that with certain situations occurring. You can one-shot a Crusher with it. That's the character, the enemy, not the melee weapon. That's going to get confusing for some people. I hope not. But
from this point onward, we're probably going to be talking about...
We're going to be referring to the enemy from here on, because the Crusher melee weapon sucks. Crusher enemy is crazy. But...
wild, some may say.
They had to nerf him eventually, and I'm glad they did. But... with the Eviscerator, depending on the enemies you're hitting, so how it works is when you're normally swinging it, you can hear it like revving, but it's not revved. You have to hit a button and then you start revving it, and if you hit too many people in it, you get stuck in that guy. Or if he's too big of a person, you're gonna get stuck in him. And now you're dedicated to that swing. Like, you can't dash, you can't block, nothing. You're stuck in that guy doing damage. So knowing your enemies is very crucial with the Eviscerator. Knowing when to heavy attack is crucial. Because even without it revved, if you heavy attack something, you can get stuck in them. It is really important to know what you're doing with that weapon. Ironically, it's the same with the Thunder Hammer, but not on the same scale. And can get very dangerous very quickly if you get stuck in the wrong guy. Because you can even get stuck when you're cleaving. Like, say you can cleave a massive group, you can get stuck in a Poxwalker because you didn't have enough momentum to continue on. And a Crusher could just kill you. Lord knows that's happened to me. It gets
You're stuck in a Poxwalker, the Crusher unzipping his pants behind you.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot back. Feeling
Top heavy.
romantical.
Top heavy.
And you just get splattered across the floor. Yeah. But the last weapon for the Zealot, I said earlier, is the Relic Blade. It's a two-handed power sword. I can't remember if I said the Viscerator is just a two-handed chainsword. I can't remember if I did. Most of the people that know 40k know what an Eviscerator is, but for the couple of people that don't and are watching this, that's what an Eviscerator is. But Relic Blade, two-handed power sword. I honestly feel it should have went to the Guardsmen as well as a Zealot. But for the builds I run, it just kind of feels meh. Like, okay, it's okay. It kind of feels weak because of my build design, but I'm not saying it's a bad weapon. I don't know anything else other than that.
Now, mind you, when I saw that two-handed Relic Blade, I was like, wow, that would be a good addition to the Guardsmen, just because of its playstyle. But me and Abel have talked on many occasions where if the Zealot could get the Guardsman Power Sword and I could get the Relic Blade, both classes would like have a major gain in their playstyle.
Like, I dare say that the Guardsman should have been the one that got the Power Sword, because in the Guardsman's description it says he gets power weapons. Why does he not have the Relic Blade?
I have the Shock Baton, though. Ooh.
That thing is so dumb.
That thing is ass.
But, for the Zealot, the next thing we're going is his secondaries, which, again, is his gun. And his only unique gun is the Flamer, which is odd. The Guardsman should have it as well, but it wouldn't work very well with the Guardsman. Anyways, it's just a flamethrower. It has a pretty realistic reach to it, surprisingly. Not many video games understand how far a flamethrower can actually reach out and touch somebody. And it can do some crazy damage, or okay-ish damage, to everyone except enemies in Carapace armor. Now, when we start talking about all the enemies in the game, we're gonna have little card art of the enemy, and we're also gonna explain what it is in text when we're talking about them. So if we say Carapace Flak, you'll know what it means when that pops up. And the Flamer's okay. The problem is that it gulps up too much ammo for what it does. You have melee weapons to clear the horde, and your gun doesn't need to do that. You have literally everything else to deal with that. But, next on the Zealot is his grenades. He's got the Stun Storm Grenade, which says on the tin, is a stun grenade. Holds people in place for about 8 seconds in a massive area. It does small amounts of damage, like 10 damage every second or so. So you're not killing anything with it. But it does a good amount of not damage, but a good amount of lockdown. Like, you're gonna sit there and hold people still. But it's not bad, and it's not amazing. It's good. You're not trolling if you pick it, pretty much. Next is the Immolation Grenade. It's a Molotov. It's a fire grenade. Best grenade for Zealot, hands down. It's ridiculous what that thing does. It annihilates people. If they're wearing anything but Carapace, they're probably going to die. If you're fighting in your fire, because friendly fire does not exist in Darktide. You're not hurting your teammates. They will absorb a shot. Like, if you shoot them in the back, you're not going to shoot through them, but you're not damaging them either.
Depending on the weapon.
Yeah, that is very weapon dependent. Bolter, like, massive caliber weapons shoot through teammates. Anything else most likely doesn't. If it does, I haven't seen it. You can't notice it, pretty much, but it's a good grenade. That's all that matters. It's an amazing grenade. Probably his best grenade. Probably his second best, third best maybe grenade. I'd probably say the third best grenade.
Yeah. I would
But
say, yeah.
overall, third best. If we're talking about horde clear, second best. And just overall. Just...
No, I would still say it's probably third best in horde clear also.
Well, it's got it sticks to the ground for 13 seconds or so. I was timing it. I can't get an exact timer because I don't know how to do that like millisecond timer thing yet. I gotta learn how to do that. But I'd say for 13 seconds you got a crazy combat zone where you're just fighting. You can just fight and fuck whatever you want. So that's probably why I think it's the second best, because you only get 3 of them, where Guardsman's frag grenade you get 4 of them, and it does a shitload of damage. And anyways,
you only get 3 of them unless you take the perk for 4, mind you.
oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yes.
I could have sworn it was 4. I'm on.
Well, yeah, last time you probably played Guardsmen, they had that perk was like, you know, on the track to just grab it. You know. It was
Oh yeah, maybe. I think yeah, maybe. That might have been it.
I know in some of the Auric or Havoc missions you can get up to 5.
Yeah, you can get a crazy amount of grenades depending on modifiers. But
Yeah.
his last grenade, it's a throwing knife called the Blades of Faith. It does some decent damage to everything, again, that isn't Carapace. And you actually can replenish these from picking up ammunition or melee killing elites and specials. You get 1 back if you do that. And it's pretty self-sustaining if you're always getting in the thick of it in melee. I don't think it's good in Havoc because of having to melee kill stuff. That sounds weird, but you're going to be using...
Sometimes it's not the best to be out in the open in Havoc.
Yeah, you just get gunned the fuck down. But for the grenade, I'd recommend whatever you feel like running, honestly. I'd recommend the Immolation Grenade out of anything, since it does almost everything you want to do out of a grenade. It'll help keep your team safe. You need a revive, Immolation Grenade. You need to bring someone back from getting captured, Immolation Grenade. Got a massive horde coming, Immolation Grenade. Dog running at you and you think you're going to get jumped on, Immolation Grenade. Does everything for you. And since you can walk through it without dying, you're fine. You know, it's fucking great. Probably, it doesn't matter. Just pick whatever you want for Zealot. You're not throwing if you pick the throwing knife. You're not throwing if you pick the flashbang. You're not throwing if you pick the Immolation Grenade. Just pick whatever you want, honestly. But, Zealot's abilities, you've got Fury of the Faithful. It's a really fucking fast dash. Refills your toughness, which is a second health bar, pretty much. Makes your next attack guaranteed to crit. You deal 25% more damage, and it increases your attack speed by 20%, about like 5 seconds or so after the dash. It's not too bad. It was the OG perk or OG key that you would get. You'd press F. I don't know what button it is on console, and you just go dashing at someone like a fucking madman and beat the shit out of them. It's not bad. You got
Power of God and enemy on your side.
yeah. You start beating feet. You got, like I talked about it earlier, Chorus of the Spiritual Fortitude. A channeled pulsing ability. It pulses 7 times and knocks all but big enemies back every pulse. And monstrosities are every other pulse. So monstrosities are the only things that don't get knocked back every pulse. Be very clear about that. You can cheese bosses because of that. So you sit there, your first pulse knocks them back, 3rd pulse, 5th pulse, and 7th pulse. Knock them off. You can knock them off the map. Knock every boss off the map if there's a ledge you can knock them off of. Like I said, it refills your toughness. It can buff teammates by giving them DR or damage. Gives them more damage, but that's a extra perk you have to spend. And can increase the amount of toughness they have by 100. That's if they're at full toughness and they're standing within the pulse, because I think it's coherency. And coherency is just, you know, they're close enough to you. They're a certain range of you. It shows a little icon when you have coherency with them. And the last ability is Shroud Field. You turn invisible, you move 20% faster, you do more backstab damage. So if you hit him in the back, you do more damage, and you have more finesse damage, which is getting a headshot by 100%, and you have a guaranteed crit. So if you hit someone in the back of the head, you do 200% more damage with your next melee attack, and it's a guaranteed critical hit. So it's probably like 250% more damage, I want to say, depending on the weapon.
Yeah, that's how you blow the bosses up.
That's how I nuke people with my build. I go Shroud Field, I go Thunderhammer, and a couple other things that I can't remember to just nuke the shit out of people. And the recommended ability, there's none. Just go whatever you want. Just tailor your build around your F key. That's pretty much how it works.
Tailor your build around your F key, and also tailor it potentially on what teammates you're gonna have.
Yes. I have seen that if you go the one-shot build, you don't really have to worry about anything other than gunners.
And also Beast and Nurgle.
Beast and Nurgle you do struggle with as Zealot. You definitely struggle with it if teammates are not willing to aggro it, and if you do not have the correct gun, you will do nothing to him.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can reach his plus.
You can. It is very hard because he's either knocking you away, turning around, swallowing you. It's weird. It's hard to kill those fuckers as Zealot, but in melee at least. Okay, so the Zealot has his 3 auras, which are Benediction, where you gain 15% toughness DR for you and allies in coherency, and that just means, you know, if an attack does 100 damage, it does 85 now instead of the usual 100 to your toughness, which can be very good, especially for firearms being shot at you, because firearms seem to do less damage to toughness depending on the enemy. You have Beacon of Purity. You heal 1.5 corruption for the current wound to you and allies in coherency every second. So how it works is your wounds are your health states of going down. So if you have 2 wounds, you go down once, your second wound gone, you die. So how it works is if you got a little bit of toughness, it'll go away. So if you have gone down, your whole bar is full of corruption. That full bar will not lose corruption at all, so you can't cheese not going down, but it can be good for the Havoc mission modifier, where enemies will give you corruption because they die and leave a pool of corruption. But I feel personally, if you're getting that much corruption where you need that, you need to position better, you need to learn more about the game itself. But that's just me. I'll also explain later in the video what gives you corruption. So there's also that. Also, his last one is Loner, where you're always in coherency. Please don't fucking go this. Never go this. It's not good. It's not worth it. Just don't. You literally give nothing to the team when you pick Loner. It's garbage. And for recommended auras, just don't go Loner. Just literally anything but Loner. Also, one major thing about Loner that I almost forgot to mention is that Loner has a fucking garbage-ass penance tied around it. I will pull it up in the video and show an image of it because it is a bit wordy, and I can't recall it offhand currently, but it will be put in the clip, and it's just fucking retarded. If you're using Loner just for that, I understand. You should warn people and go on the lower difficulties of, hey, I'm trying to get the Loner penance done. Please don't kill guys that I'm trying to get the penance for, because it's stupid, and it's quite a lot from what I remember. I think it was 100 when it came out, which what I was going for. It was retarded. Just peak autism of, oh yeah, you know, the worst penance in the game for this specific aura, good luck.
Now we're going to talk about a class that's true and loved in my heart, but it's treated like a cheap whore. The Veteran. Probably, and most definitely, the weakest class in Darktide, because the devs are just a bunch of haters. And they just never do. They only nerf it. They never buff it. They never give it anything new. And I don't know. It just seems like they just like they just forget about veteran, or it's like they know it's actually no, sorry, they do know it's there because they mentioned that they didn't give anything in the recent update to veteran and told us, yeah, we'll get to him next year. So
It feels like they only know the veteran because people keep complaining that the veteran's getting nothing, and rightfully complaining.
yeah, like it took. So when they reworked the skill trees for the 4 classes, it took them the longest to do veteran. And when veteran's skill tree originally was released, unlike the other ones that had completed keystones and all that stuff, veteran didn't have those until probably another couple weeks after. And then when they released, they're dog shit. And I don't think a lot of builds recommend you take any of them. They like just they never go down there. It's too expensive for point cost to get all the way down there, and it's really not worth it unless you're going for a very specific build.
It's a massive tax.
It's a massive tax, and the veteran, I'll sometimes call him the guardsman or the veteran. He's meant to be versatile. He's meant to, like, be able to do a little bit of everything, but master of none. But the only builds that allow him to stay relevant in the higher difficulties is those builds that where he focuses in on a specific aspect. So let's first start off with like the guns, the gear, the grenades, and the grease that they have for the veteran. So for his he has 2 unique melee weapons to him, which is the power sword and the shovel. I love the power sword. It is probably one of the most versatile melee weapons in the game. It can kill the horde well. It can kill armored targets well. It's just a workhorse for the veteran. It's one of his best weapons, and I don't go a single build without it. Like, there is never a reason for me to be like, oh, I wonder if this weapon will be better. No, the power sword is just a real cream of the crop melee weapon.
Easily S tier.
Easily. And his other weapon is a shovel. Now, there are many different versions of it, but the shovel is one. I can't remember which mark it is, or like which make of the shovel it is.
Yeah, they changed the names of them.
Absolutely just annihilates armored targets because you shove a pick right into their eye and just rip their head off. Pretty much.
It's like opening a soda can.
And
it's crazy.
It is very, what's the word? Therapeutic to just walk up to a guy that's like in heavy plate armor and be like, shovel, and just kill him. But
it's crazy.
It is really, 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 really bad at everything else.
You're playing into Guardsman's weakness there.
Yeah, if you run into a horde, you're not killing them with a shovel.
Mm-mm.
Not easily, at least. You're gonna have to put in some work. If you run into a horde of armor targets,
you're dead.
You're gonna be able to kill them, but it's still you're gonna have to work for it because they're only gonna be able to take out one at a time.
And even then, it's probably something fucking crazy where they're gonna hit you while you're stuck inside the guy because there's that animation because when you use the specific shovel he's talking about, you got to do a certain animation to knock the shovel down to turn it into like a pickaxe to bury it in their head, and when you hit them, there's an animation where you get it stuck in them and you have to rip it out of them, and that rip out animation when it's stuck and you rip it out, you're dedicated to that swing. You're not dodging out of it. The moment it connects, it's your fair game. You're open season.
And mind you, most of the armored targets that you want to use the shovel on and rip their head off of are the ones that can one-shot you in the higher difficulties.
Easily one-shot you. They could overkill you if they could.
Yeah.
Because I've been one-shot with my build by crushers. So.
And then we get to the meat and potatoes, the two special weapons for the guardsmen. The plasma, it is the best single target ranged, like one hit, one kill weapon. It can overpenetrate. It blows everything up. The only problem is it kind of has the same issue as the shovel. Is that it's not very good for hordes, which the guardsman needs to be able to take out consistently. It's really ammo hungry. There's a chance that if you're not, not smart. Now, mind you, if you're good at managing it, you won't blow yourself up. But it does have a mechanic where you can blow yourself up if you fire it too often and don't cool it off, or give it time to cool off. And it's very weak in the higher difficulties, again, because of that single target. Because you have other classes that just do single target killing better. The only, and I'm gonna say this, the only mission that I have had like great success on it was a Auric mail, not an Auric maelstrom, an Auric mission, which is basically the hardest difficulty in the game.
Second hardest, technically, but that's beating balls at that point.
Yeah, it's like
third.
It's
I'm stupid. Third.
Yeah, now with Havoc. Yeah, now with Havoc, it's third. And it worked on the train mission that was timed because the train's just one long corridor, and since it overpenetrates, it can hit multiple things. But if they're able to surround you like in any other map, it doesn't have a very wide hit marker. So it's like
I dare say that during Rolling Steel, I think is the name of the mission.
Yeah.
We did great when you used the plasma. Like, we went trucking through. Like, it was quick. It was just stupid how fast we did that mission because they weren't even allowed to get close to us. And if they did, I'd just fucking smack them once or twice and they're gone.
So yeah, the plasma.
Dumb.
If you can get everything lined up, yeah, it is probably the strongest weapon out there because it just keeps going. It penetrates everything. Cover.
Yeah, it'll excel in like any sort of hallway.
But the problem is, if you can't get them in that hallway, good luck. Like, you're not gonna.
If you can't keep feeding the guardsmen ammo, you got to feed them ammo. You got to feed them hallways. You got to give them a bunch of trash and big enemies to kill. Because if you're just wasting it on trash, you're wasting your ammo. Because something big is bound to come around the corner, and you just wasted all your shit. Now you got to reload, or you're out of ammo.
Now you got to use your melee weapon to fucking try to kill it. And like I said,
which isn't what your class is based on.
Yeah, which isn't what you're based on. If you do have the melee weapon that can kill that armor target, you actually have no horde clear, unless you're using a grenade. The other specialty weapon,
which is a minute timer.
Well, we'll get to that. Because not everyone grabs that. Not everyone
Whatever
grabs
reason.
that one, Abel.
Delulu.
Not everyone grabs that one, Abel.
They're Delulu for not grabbing that. Anyways.
Excuse me.
Is the Hellbore, which is the de facto sniper rifle of the game.
Massive air quotes.
Massive air quotes, because it doesn't have a sight unless you get the weapon customization mod.
Which we're gonna jerk off the modders after this. When we're done talking the classes, we're jerking off the modders straight up.
So it doesn't have a scope. Is a not a mana whore, an ammo whore. Just choose 3 ammo. Now, mind you, it can overpenetrate and it can take out armor targets, but again, it's one of those weapons that you have to charge and then fire. You can't you can just fire it off, but it won't have that much power.
Yeah, the pen is dog shit too.
So it has absolutely, yeah. You could just tap it and you'll probably kill some stuff, but it has no pen. If you just tap it, you have to charge it up for the pen. And again, the horde clear is just doo doo. The 2 unique weapons for the veteran in the shooting range are just, for some reason, solo target, and if you run into a horde, good fucking luck.
Bust out that power sword, boy.
That's why I like bringing the power swording, so I can bring those more fun weapons and be like, okay, I can still take care of a horde.
Yeah, because you're covering one of your biggest weaknesses.
Yeah.
I'd argue horde clear is a guardsman's strength.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Horde clear
a lot of the weapons he has just excel at,
horde clear.
throwing weapons down range at chaff and just dealing with them relatively easily.
Then we get to the grenades of the guardsmen, which are probably the most important thing on a guardsman's build, because that literally tells you, okay, what am I doing? There is the Shredder Frag, which is just a shrapnel grenade. There's the Crack, and then there's the Smoke. Now, the Shredder Frag is probably one of, if not the best grenades in the game. It knocks them over. It puts a lot of bleed stacks on them. It does a lot of damage. Like, be that armored, a horde, a boss. Like, because if I remember right, the bleed stacks can go through the shield.
So, with bleed is a very, very specific dot damage that is very rare and very hard to get depending on the weapon. Shredder Frag is good because bleed damage, from what my testing has shown, is not immune. Like, it doesn't take DR from armor. It doesn't take DR from pox. But I think unyielding is the only thing that gives DR. I think. And not many enemies have unyielding.
And another thing that's amazing about it is if you throw one grenade or if you throw three, all those bleed stacks stack with each other. It's not like you get a new instant. No, you just get a shitload of bleed stacks on everything that just got hit by that grenade.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many stacks? Do you remember how many stacks that Shredder Frag gives? Just one?
I think it's 4.
I think it's 4 or 5.
Gotcha.
It's
generally the highest a stack will ever give is 4. I've never seen anything go more than 4, unless it's the Eviscerator. Unless it's the chain swords, it's normally 4. Or a chain weapon.
I can check that while we talk about the Crack, just to make sure we have the information right.
I know I pulled this straight pretty much from the wiki, so I'm not entirely sure. But it could have changed.
Yeah, that's why I want to check. Then we have the Crack, which is another single target. It can hit multiple targets, but it's mainly a single target armored destroyer. Anything it attaches to, it blows up, and it can only attach to armor targets. But
Black Carapace.
Yeah, its explosion pretty much guarantees a kill on anything that's not a mini boss or a boss.
Yeah. Hey guys, this is the editing decks once again. I made a mistake in this part of the video where I had said and led my fellow friends in the chat think that the Crack Grenade does not one-shot the Bulwark, because we had been in that mindset that was the case for about a year now. So, that is not true. Bulwark does in fact die from the Crack Grenade. Everything else is pretty damn accurate from what I have done testing again. So, if we are sitting there and saying that the Crack Grenade does not one-shot, that's wrong. There's too many parts with a bit of context for other things to cut that part of the video out, so just please remember this. Crack Grenade does in fact one-shot. Now, getting back to the autistic ranting of myself and my other friends. So,
but
the only exception is the Bulwark.
I was about to, ask that. Bulwark, you need to take another perk within it that increases your grenade damage to make sure you kill a Bulwark with one Crack Grenade.
Yeah. I think it's Grenade Tinkerer is the name of that perk. I might be wrong,
so,
but I'm pretty sure it's Grenade Tinkerer. If you do want to see...
That does more damage with the grenades? Like it
increases it by like 50%, but I did testing on that. It's not actually 50% for the Crack. It's very weird. It's retarded even. I have a video...
Grenade Tinkerer changes the damage of the Crack, air quotes, by 50%, frags by 25%, the damage in the radius, and then the smokes by 100% duration. But for going back to the Shredder Grenade to tell you, it has six stacks of bleed.
6? Okay, it's one of the few exceptions.
Yeah,
so it can get most likely get a stacks of 24, or it's most likely to what is normally capped at 16. So 2 grenades is going to be the most efficient way of tossing them out for the bleed stacks. For the Shredder Frag.
And it will just chew through anything you throw those grenades at.
Oh yeah, it's going to rip anything, ironically, to shreds. It's just going to eat them alive. That grenade is ridiculously good. Like, stupid good, even. I'd say it's definitely better than the Crack if you're going for
Shredder Grenade is
anything.
Yeah, the Shredder Grenade is the best grenade for the Guardsmen. The Crack is second. And then we have the most double F, like, poop tier grenade, the Smoke Grenade. And the Smoke Grenade, I'm going to be honest, it says it's supposed to like obscure enemy shooters and like, you know, help you to not get shot at. It doesn't fucking do that. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to do, but it just doesn't do that.
I remember
You still
using it
get
for the penance. It sucked.
you still get shot to shit, even if you throw a smoke grenade. Even if you throw all your grenades to smoke it out, you're still gonna get fucking annihilated. It doesn't do. I don't think it does any damage. It doesn't do any knockdown when it explodes.
Yeah,
It's just a poof of smoke.
I have a video. It's the first video I have on my channel. If you scroll all the way down and look, you'll see a synopsis of all the grenades. You'll see the radius of the crack grenade, and it's kind of generous for what it's supposed to be, a single target killer. I'd say it's about a 2 meter, maybe 1 meter, 1.5 meter radius of it detonating somebody, but the smoke grenade, dude, is ass. It is
Super
so
ass.
bad. Like, it looks like it does cover a wide area, especially with Grenade Tinkerer, but it doesn't matter. It's
You would
trash.
think-
It does nothing.
You would think that, you know, a smoke grenade would be good when you're getting shot at. You know, it's like they can't see you, so they can't shoot you kind of thing. They're kind of firing blind. No, so for some reason, the gunners and shooters, anyone that has a gun, still knows exactly where your ass is, even through the smoke, and they just nail you.
They're still going to spray. Like, if you do it in the middle of a spray, they're going to keep going. They don't care. They're going to track you still, too. It's crazy.
So yeah, if I had to make a recommendation for a grenade, go the Shredder. Even if you're trying to go for the single target, like just killer, the Shredder will still do the work of the crack, just maybe a little slower, but it will also cover for your weaknesses.
I'd also say because of the nerf, this was a massive nerf to the crack. It was unintentional. They did not nerf the crack grenade in itself.
fixed
They
it.
buffed the Bulwark to where the Bulwark has, I think, 4,800 health now.
Yeah, and so it can't
Where-
kill the
What
bullet.
did he have previously? Yeah.
4,000.
4,000. And 4,000 is the cutoff.
4,000
limit for a crack
was
grenade.
the cap of the crack grenade before you take Grenade Tinkerer into effect. So, you need Grenade Tinkerer to one-shot with crack, but that's 2 perks for 1 grenade kill every minute if you take that perk.
For one specific enemy as well.
Which it is
Now-
a generous explosion radius, but it's most likely not going to kill the guys that you want to kill. So
I'm just going to mention this since we keep mentioning it. The Guardsman has a perk where he can get a grenade back every 60 seconds. I always take it because another free grenade is just awesome because now you're not taking grenades from your teammates. We
And you can
don't
just
talk
spam
about
them.
it. We don't talk about it later in the review because it's not one of the major nodes. But in my opinion, it is a node that you need to take on Guardsmen. Just so you always have grenades, you can always be throwing them, always applying bleed stacks. Like, I could outdamage if I'm, like, really smart with my grenades, I can outdamage anyone on the team. Just with the grenades.
just killing
Because
chaff.
They're just disgusting.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. It's not. Don't nerf Guardsmen, please. We're saying
Don't nerf
ridiculous because it's good. We're not saying it's
It's being
ridiculous because it's overpowered. It is
Oh my
completely.
God, yeah.
It's
the only
immolation
good thing
grenade
on
is
Guardsmen.
overpowered. If anything, if you're gonna nerf anything, nerf the immolation grenade, please. If you're gonna nerf anything, please nerf the fire grenade.
It's the only thing good on Guardsmen it's the only thing I still have.
But
Weakest class in the game.
just to put the cherry on top, don't go smokes, please. God, please. Stop throwing my games.
I want you to know, if we're in your game and you use smokes, I want you to know we are making fun of you the whole time. Like, there is no, oh, I wonder if I'm being helpful. No, we're making fun of you. Sorry.
Yeah, we're
Like,
100% making fun of you because
we're roasting the shit out of you in comms.
like
Most
1,000%.
likely, everyone knows what it does, and it's not anything.
We're roasting the shit out of you. No, first honestly, we probably first ask, are you doing the penance? And if you say no, then we're roasting the shit out of you. If you say yes, we're like, okay.
We understand. That penance
We understand.
sucks.
We understand, but why the hell are you on the hardest difficulty with that piece of shit?
Like, go at least difficulty 3, not difficulty 5.
Yeah.
Like, difficulty 3 is where things where everything should be spawning.
Then we get to the abilities. 2 of them are alright. Oh, sorry. 1 of them is alright. 1 of them you pretty much have to go because it's the
His best
staple.
perk.
It's his best ability. And then 1 of them is like, again, like the smoke grenade. Why the hell are you taking that?
Why did they give it to him?
I don't know. So we're gonna start off with the executioner stance. This is the one that was the original Guardsman F key. It was from the beginning. It's average at best. It's awesome because it highlights range targets, and if you take an extra perk, you can get longer duration on those range target kills. Problem is, it doesn't add any survivability to you unless you have other perks that increase your toughness from headshots or specialist kills or whatnot. Has no survivability instances, which I think is very important for a guardsman.
In general.
In general, but like a guardsman who's getting his shit shot up, because mind you, if you're shooting them, they can shoot you, and there's a lot more of them than there are of you.
Mm-hmm. And there's suppression
and all this other stuff. So if you're pressing your F key and you're killing off range guys, you gotta be making toughness off of those by taking other perks. So
yep.
Otherwise you have no survivability. Now the must go is called Voice of Command. I don't like running it because I find it kind of cheap. I want to run the Executioner stance, but the survivability from Voice of Command is just
too good.
It replenishes my toughness and staggers all the enemies within 9 meters of me, and it has a 30-second cooldown. That's really quick. So my toughness is about to break. I press it, full toughness. Great.
Gives allies toughness too.
Only if I take the other perk.
If you don't take that, you're trolling though.
Yeah, Voice of Command, and then I can give 50 toughness to all my allies around me. And this extra toughness can exceed maximum toughness. So that's just... now you're doing survivability for yourself, while you're getting shot at, for your team, and if you have guys that are about to hit you on the ass cheek because they like your cut, you're pushing them away.
Sorry. I got a meme for that, don't worry. I got a meme for that.
And then we get to the one that's like... yes, it has survivability because it replenishes all your toughness, but you're just a dickhead for taking it, because basically you turn yourself invisible, and all the enemies just say, "Where do you go?" And then they go beat up on your teammates.
It's kind of scummy, honestly. Like,
if you activate it, if you shoot a single time, melee a single time, you come out of it. And it's on a 45-second cooldown, and it only lasts for 8 seconds.
It does suppress enemies, though, at least.
It does suppress enemies, but it's just... you get so much more survivability. Like if you're taking this because you need to like have a get out of jail free card, just take Voice of Command. You get out of jail free card, and you're helping your teammates. And
you're doing a lot with Voice of Command.
And it's on a shorter cooldown.
I think the health lasts long, or the toughness lasts longer than 9 seconds too.
So for it lasts 15 seconds for teammates.
Yep.
And it just lasts pretty much until I think it's also 15 seconds.
Yeah, so yeah, compared to that's 6 extra seconds. That's like a 66% increase to survivability. And
mind you, that toughness can regenerate. Like if you kill stuff, that toughness keeps going up. It's like basically you just got a new toughness bar on top of your toughness bar.
As long as you don't hit 0 like extra toughness. If you have +1 extra toughness, you can keep getting that +50 back, as long as you keep replenishing it.
Yeah, and there are perks within the Guardsman tree to reduce the time that it takes for your F key to come back. So you have it for 50. It has a 30-second cooldown. You have that toughness for 15 seconds. That means for 15 seconds, you just have to find a way to either not take damage or reduce it down by killing specialists to get it again, and you actually can stack it on top of itself.
There's also perks in other classes that allow you to, if a teammate gets a kill, reduces their cooldown. Ogryn has one, and I think Psyker has one.
And with that, then we get to the auras.
This is the saddest part, bro.
This one...
Prepare a sermon.
The 3 auras, I want to love them all. I want to. I mean, I want to love everything on the Guardsmen. One of the auras, his strongest aura is average at best. His second strongest is a little bit below average, and the third one is like the smoke grenade, just F tier. So the 3 auras going from
Accurate.
worst to best is plus 5% movement speed if you're on coherency with the guardsmen, and that's called close and kill. I have never needed more movement speed, ever.
They're still gonna
in
catch you.
Darktide. They're still gonna fucking slap the shit out of you, no matter if you got that or not.
If you run out of stamina, they're gonna catch you. It's not
Then you
if, it's when.
Then you have Fire Team, which increases all allies and your damage by 5% in coherency. Cool, more damage. That makes sense. But on those higher difficulties, when they have massive health bars, either you're killing them quickly or you're not. There is no like that 5% is not gonna like bring you over the edge.
Yeah, remember I said Bulwark has 4,800 health. All I'm saying.
And the
You
last
think
one,
that 5% is enough for the croc grenade?
no,
It might
not
be
at all.
4,400 now, but when it changed, it was 48.
And then we have Survivalist, the probably go-to aura for him that they nerfed because of their inability to expect this to happen. It used to be replenish 1% ammo whenever you kill an elite or specialist.
No
Great.
matter the time.
No matter the time. Then they added a cooldown for it of 5 seconds because they have a modifier in this game where it just spawns a lot of weak level dogs that
Which
kept
we will talk
activating-
about later.
that kept activating specialists. So they were like, okay, either we can go into the code and fix the dogs so they don't count as elites or specialists, or we can nerf guardsmen. And they were just like, fuck guardsmen.
They
And
took
then
the easiest route.
they said fuck guardsmen, and they got rid of that. So now it
Because
is
they-
nerf.
Because they just wanted to save on work.
Yeah, they
Yep.
wanted to save on work, and they basically they nerfed guardsmen again. Because that was his one thing that allowed him to use weapons that were very ammo hungry and not be a nuisance to the team. And they got rid of it. They nerfed it. It's
I
only
think
only one. What's up?
I think the biggest insult was that they said just use your sword more, use your melee weapon more.
Yeah, they
But-
pretty much told us. Yeah,
Why?
There is a lot of
the class
issues
is
with
built
that.
around range.
yeah.
There-
So bizarre.
Not
the
only is there a lot of
guardsman
issues around that.
is a guardsman is a range class. If you notice, every single time I mentioned a shit tier ability, aura, or grenade, those are all from the same tree. That's the melee tree.
The right tree, yeah, the far right tree.
That's the melee tree.
But the thing is as well with survivalists, the one important key factor, it wasn't like, okay, you know, they went 1% every 1 second, 1% every 2. No, it was straight up. Just a 1% every 5 seconds. That was the nerf. They did not sit there and test it any. Like, okay, excuse me, is this a little too strong? Is this? No, they went 5% right off the rip.
And mind you, when you're killing elites or specialists, you're killing them in quick succession.
They're not staggered out. It's
Yeah,
not
so it's not
Vermintide
like you're
where
killing-
it's like, you know, there's
You're not
one
killing
here
one and then you got like a couple seconds before you kill the next one. No, usually if you're killing an elite or a specialist, you're killing like 5 of them in like 3 seconds.
in the footage in the background, you're gonna see it. You're going to see it. It might not be right now. I think in the background right now, I have it to where it's going to be showing the guardsmen. It's going to be showing builds that you can go down and showing all the perks that we're talking about. But later on or early before this, you are going to see on, I think it's the top left
On
of the
left,
scoreboard.
top left of the screen, you're just going to see
You're
my
gonna see,
name and a
you're gonna see
shitload of stuff dying.
Executioner. You're gonna see Rasputin or whoever the fuck killed this, and
And then it's going to be gone. And then you're
So-
going to see again a giant column of new kills.
So I'm gonna give y'all some homework here while you're watching and listening. Watch whenever you see a horde come in, count between seconds of someone getting a kill and count from 5 seconds to the next one, and that'd be 2% ammo. Now I'm not gonna tell you to do that the whole fucking video because I think that mission was 35 minutes, but
Long may. Yeah.
it's ridiculous how long of times you'll have no fucking elites or specialists spawning.
Yeah,
You can go
because if they
through
were
hordes with nothing spawning.
if they were staggered out, yeah, this perk would be sorry, not this aura would be fine. It's because they're staggered out, so you're able to re-up it every so often. But they spawn them in groups, And when they do spawn, and when those groups do spawn, they don't spawn like,
Like 2 or 3.
they spawn like 4 or 5 of them, and then they stagger
Even
them out
yeah,
by a lot.
It's a lot. It's crazy. Some of the maps, dude. I don't know what they call it. Left 4 Dead I think calls it the director, but man, they'll have massive hordes of ragers coming in with maulers and crushers and bulwarks and reapers and gunners and trappers. Everything's coming at you on those harder difficulties. You know, the easier difficulty doesn't matter.
And unfortunately, you can't go, okay, I'll kill a specialist here, kill some chaff, kill another special. You have to kill those specialists and elites as soon as they show their fucking face, otherwise they're gonna kill everyone.
Yep. You don't want a mauler running around doing whatever he wants. You don't want a grenadier
Trapper.
or a bomber.
You don't want...
I'm sorry,
or,
a bomber
or
to
just
do what he
gunners
wants.
in general. Just gunners in general.
Hell, the regular Joe Schmo with a gun is more dangerous than Joe Six-Pack running at you with his rinky-dink sword.
Because they can shoot you. And they just eat you alive. And... That's pretty much it for the veteran. I know I took a little time on this one, but I just wanted people to really understand, like...
A little time, it's 31 minutes.
yeah, you're welcome.
Anyways, Hugo, you want to do the, Ogryn?
The Ogryn now? Sure. I would love that. Okay. So, enough about that shit show that was the puny Guardsman over there. Now we're going to talk about the fucking unit. The absolute 10-foot tall gorilla of a man called the Ogryn. It's the fucking best. He is literally the strongest class in the game. So much so that the development team doesn't understand how to nerf him, or even when.
Refuse.
They refuse to. For some reason, they refuse to. But that's not my point here. Ogryn, he's an adaptable melee and ranged extra of the group. He has the highest cleaving potential with all of his weapons because big boy do big swing. And even if you build him poorly, he's still going to do some crazy damage because, again, big boy do big things.
He's
Speaking
too
of big
stupid
things,
to lose.
Speaking of stupid, we're going to talk about his melee weapons. The guns, gear, grenades, and launch! The club. It's a middling weapon. It's decent. All of its marks, depending on what you do, has some good and decent damage, and the cleave is the same. It's for that reason, it's pretty versatile on what you want to do. Do you want to bonk some bulwark's forehead with it? Go ahead. Ain't gonna kill in one shot, but you sure as hell gonna make him hurt. Do you want to just
Bulwark? You probably could.
with the right perks? Yeah, probably. Do you want to just fucking swing your bat across a whole bunch of infested and watch them fly over to the right of the screen out of your vision? You can do that. For that reason, it's a middling weapon. But what if you had a shield? Now, we got the slab shield. It's a big hunk of metal and a maul. It's a weapon for good knockdown because its heavy attacks are probably the widest in the game. It's got a massive hitbox. And because of that big slab shield that you have in front of you, it can easily block ranged and melee attacks. But that also leads to the problem. It's a defensive weapon. So it's not going to do as much damage as you want it to. There are better options for that. But if you want that defense, if you want to just be there to hold the line with a weapon, slap shield's there for you. It's my favorite weapon for that. It's a defensive weapon, and that's just what I look for. But enough of that thing. Now we're going to talk about the latrine shovel. I think this weapon is more known for how much damage it can do. It's sort of like the club, where it's pretty good with its cleave and pretty good with its damage. But take into consideration perks and certain marks, and then it has the second highest damage hit for the Ogryn. So if you're worried about that, 4,800 health bulwark surviving a hit from the club, you don't have to worry about that for the latrine shovel. Now you don't have to worry about that. Now we're just going to go to bottom tier. The power maul. It's not good. It's we have slab shit at home, straight up. It's anything it can do, like the slab show can do better, the club can do better, the latrine shovel can do better. Just it's special for the fact that it has an active ability where it charges up, and the next swing you do has increased stagger potential. It'll knock enemies down, and that's probably all it has going for it. I wish it was better, but it really isn't. So yeah, if you're choosing a melee weapon, probably look at something else.
Just like the
Because there are better
shield,
options
it's
for that.
trash.
Correct. And now we have the cleaver, big old butcher knife. This weapon's probably, I'd say it's the best. I'd say it's the best weapon for being the most versatile, because it has great single target hits and it has great cleaving hits, especially depending on the marks you go for on that weapon and the perks that you choose. If you want to just do an individual thing, depend on single hits or cleaving, it's probably the third best for that. But if you want versatility, it is the fucking best for that, hands down, no doubt about that. Or if you want to just do single hits, big old pickaxe, it's nice. Has the strongest single target melee weapon for him. If you're looking at a crusher and you fully charge the heavy with just simple perks and all that, you're probably going to kill him. It's probably not a problem.
If the heavy attack to the head doesn't kill him, the bleed probably will.
Absolutely. But because of it focusing on that single target, has terrible cleave. So if you're in a crowd, don't use that. Probably best to let your other friendlies do that for you.
Friendlies.
So they're friendly. And that's it for his melee weapons. Now we're gonna focus on his range. We're gonna start with a kickback. It's a single shot shotgun. It's close to medium range. That single shot will dish out a lot of damage. And aiming down sights just chokes up the accuracy more. Don't tell me how that works. It just does it. You want something to punch a hole in a crowd or to do some damage to something without armor? Yeah, go ahead and use it. It's good. And no, the next shotgun, the ripper gun. Depending on the mark you use, it can either be a burst fire or full auto shotgun. It just shreds, like it just shreds fucking chaff crazy for it. But because of all that ammo you're just throwing out, it's weak compared to the kickback. So if you just want to just throw out ammo, go for it.
Waste ammo.
You ain't wrong.
That gun. Like, that gun looks cool until you realize that it takes like 5 shots to do what the fucking what the kickback,
What the kickback
does.
can do instead. Now, speaking of throwing out ammo, what is that? Sorry. Next, we have the heavy stubber.
That's the sniper rifle version.
Yeah,
the DMR.
The most recent. Yeah, the most recent weapon added to Ogryn. It just shoots a single shot. It's the DMR for Ogryn. It can pump out a lot of damage, but it certainly isn't for everyone, because it's an accurate DMR. It's not what the Ogryn is known for, but it's essentially a sniper rifle for him. Now we also have the other extreme, throwing out a bunch of ammo for a rifle, the twin-linked heavy stubber. Easiest weapon to use for him because you just fire a whole bunch of ammo out, and because of that, it's his best range weapon. It can be pretty accurate too. With the right perks, it's just gonna shred most of anything it can do. Okay, next we have the Grenadier Gauntlet. I'm not gonna say much about this thing. I don't like it. It's the weakest weapon in the game.
Trash.
It's
It's
so
not the
bad.
weakest. It is not the weakest weapon in the game. It's just trash.
I think it's the weakest.
Because you can at least melee with it. and it does decent damage in the melee, and it does decent knockdown.
I suppose,
Ugh,
but even
it's still
then,
trash.
I think there's a better option for it. Like, oh no, oh, to preface, the Grenadier Gauntlet fires out a grenade and it explodes on impact. That's what it does. And the other thing it can do is that it can be used in melee, pretty subpar. But if you want a grenade that does more punch, you go for the Rumbler. Like the
Still,
kickback as a single shot, fires a grenade. Does okay damage. It can clear out a horde if you have the right perks for it. But it won't kill anything truly worthwhile unless you have those perks, like I prefaced. And that's just how it goes for him. Those are his ranged weapons. That's how it goes. Next we have his grenades. First grenade is the big friendly rock. It's just a big chunk of concrete that the Ogryn found. That's it. That's all it is. You throw it at an enemy. If it hits his weak spot, it's most likely gonna kill him. It's not gonna pierce any armor. It's mainly meant to hit like the weak spots of like enemies that have like just no face armor or no armor on that weak spot. You want to hit them.
it'll
You
kill
hit it
anything
right,
that isn't a crusher in the head.
Right.
You're gonna hear that a lot.
And because it's not a grenade, it passively regenerates. About 45 seconds it takes. Now we're gonna actually talk about grenade. Bombs away. Big old lunchbox. You basically throw a big pack of grenades at an enemy, and it'll separate into a whole bunch of small grenades and explode after a set timer. The bombs away will do some pretty good damage on that weak spot if you hit it. It's like the big friendly rock, except it does a little more.
It's a big friendly rock at home.
Mm-hmm. And the grenade explosions, they're decent for stagger, but that's pretty much all the grenades are gonna do. Next, we have the best grenade for Ogryn, frag bomb. It's a massive fuck off frag grenade that when you throw it has probably, I think, the biggest grenade radius of any grenade in the game.
It is the biggest. Easily the biggest. Not even fucking close. Even if Guardsman picks his perk where his grenade radius increases by, I think it was 25% or whatever, the base Ogryn frag grenade is still bigger.
Mm-hmm. Wherever you throw that frag bomb, it's going to clear out that room no matter where you throw it. Let alone a crusher. Now, personally, the recommended grenades, I'd honestly either go for the frag bomb or the big friendly rock, since they both like do a lot for the team. But personally, my point, I'd probably go for frag bomb because it's better for ad clearing. It's better for dealing with like specialists or elites if it can. And yeah, that's how it goes. All right, I'm gonna talk about his.
I wouldn't use the emphasis. I would not use the frag bomb as an ad clear. That is an oh shit button. Like we're about to fucking lose.
Oh fuck! I gotta clear a lot of enemies.
There is too much for all. Like I'm the last one alive, and all my teammates can't help right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we're gonna talk about Ogryn's abilities. The first one we're gonna talk about is going to be the Indomitable. It was the first ability he started with when Darktide released a couple years ago. He charges forward. He knocks back any enemy he sees, except for Ogryns and boss enemies. And after he runs, he gets a 25% movement speed buff and a 25% attack speed buff for 5 seconds. Now there is a sorry, hold on. There is perks to allow him to knock down Ogryns, but besides that, you're pretty much either using it to get into combat or get out of combat, either or. Next one is his Low Protector. In 8 meters, he'll taunt every enemy. He'll taunt every enemy in that radius for about 15 seconds. Doesn't matter what size they are. They will look at him and immediately start attacking him. Now, there are perks to make it larger, and there are perks to increase the base damage against the enemies that are taunted. And besides that, you're pretty much using it to just have them focus on you all of a sudden to keep your punies alive. And then finally, we have the point blank barrage. You immediately switch to your ranged weapon. It's immediately reloaded, and all of a sudden, it has 25% rate of fire. Reload speed is increased by 70%. Brace movement speed penalties are reduced by 50%. And then your close range damage is increased by 15% for the next 10 seconds. And then there are a few perks to replenish toughness while you're firing the damn thing. And then you can either give it more rending or burn stacks. You're going to give it more rending. That's probably what you're going to do for the thing.
You always go more rending.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's...
We're not going to go into autistic details of it because it's a lot. I've done all the testing. If y'all really want me to fucking show y'all, I will make a video on it. But you always go rending. Always.
But you always go what?
Rending.
Rending.
Oh,
for the Ogryn's F key, you always go rending.
Yeah, because shred armor. Personally, my pick. I like the ranged options for Ogryn. I like shooting bullet. So obviously I'm going to prefer point blank barrage. But they're all good. You go for whatever you want because Ogryn is just that good. He is allowed those options. Unlike.
Don't you say it? Don't you?
Veteran. I had to remind them.
And Zealot. Zealot, you only go melee. You go ranged, you're killing yourself.
You go melee for veteran, you're killing yourself. and that's enough about the abilities for him. Now we're going to talk about his auras. His first aura is Bonebreaker's aura. Basically, all heavy attack damage is increased by 10%. Simple enough. You're doing a melee build and you're charging a heavy. That's 10% more. That's nice. Next is Stay Close. 25% toughness regen for everyone in coherency. Considering the fact that you can get perks to increase your coherency range, it's pretty good. And then finally you have Coward Calling. 20% damage against suppressed enemies for you and allies with coherency. So if you're suppressing enemies with your ranged option, you and the rest of your team can do more damage against them. It's pretty good. They're all good. Any preference comes down to whatever you prefer doing with your Ogryn. You're in melee, go for Bonebreaker. You're at range, go for Coward Calling. That's just how it goes. That's it. That's the big boy.
Ogrins.
Oh boy, we got the big shack done. Woo! All right,
Nice.
now we're gonna go to probably the most hated class. Everyone hates Psyker because it's either he does nothing or he does everything. There's almost zero in between. And he's a Psyker. He's the magic man in the group. He's gonna do his little magical warp stuff with his fingers and do whatever he needs to do to honestly kind of be a support and kind of a powerhouse depending on the build for the team. Nothing else really to say. They refuse to really nerf this class, because if they do, you'll just have the fucking mains of this class screaming to the heavens, it's literally unplayable now, it makes the class unplayable. How dare I not be able to one-shot everything? Anyways, so we're going to talk about the guns, gear, grenades, and the mind power of the Psyker. And a quick note, Psykers don't actually have grenades. They have warp powers, and they generate something called peril whenever they do use their powers. And if they reach 100% and then do something that generates peril again, they will explode and down or kill themselves by accident. But it can kill things when they explode, but I would not recommend that as damage, because the damage is kind of trash.
And also, you're downing yourself.
Yes.
You don't want that in like high tense situations, especially.
Don't forget, there's also a penance to blow yourself up and kill some people.
And kill one person. Kill one specialist. It used to be 3.
Yeah, but if you want to do that penance, do it in lower difficulties so you have a better chance of it.
Nah, you know every Psyker's gonna bring that shit to level 5.
I remember you trying to do that shit on a level like 4, and everything died before you flew up.
Ah, ooh!
So you didn't even get the easiest version that it had. But Psyker has 2 unique primary weapons. It used to be a lot more, but thankfully they started sharing more weapons for build diversity. Where it is the Blaze 4 sword is its first one. It's honestly a very fucking strong sword. Really strong sword. Can annihilate anything, or almost anything, that isn't a boss. And if you buff with the warp, it does a lot more damage. It can just shit out numbers. If you buff with the warp and you hit him in the head, it'll probably cleave through him, his friend, his girlfriend, his wife, and his husband. And if you have the right blessing for it, it can block bullets. When you block with it, it can block bullets, and the shield is pretty generous for how good it is, because, you know, a teammate can stand a little bit to your left or right and it'll still block it. It's a lot bigger than you'd expect. So I'd say it's a fucking awesome weapon that is kind of slept on now that the new sword is out. Which, it's similar to the one-handed sword, but it's a tad bit different. It still has the shield blocking, but instead of, when you buff it, instead of it doing something like it channels a bunch of the warp into the guy's like body and you push him off, or giving you a massive cleave potential, this one sits there and sends out a giant wave horizontally across wherever you're swinging it at. And it can do some pretty good damage, but there is a mechanic tied around it where you have to kill things in a certain amount of time in melee. And it gives it charges, and as the bar fills up, it'll do more and more damage. I think it's when the bar is full is whenever it gets a stack to sling it out. It might be if you have it halfway. I haven't done enough testing to find out, but it's a very strong ability. And it does like nothing when it's uncharged. It probably does like 15 damage. And your average enemy has about 500 health. But it will stagger them some, so it might not be a bad initiator attack. You know, you buff it, sling it out, and then if you're staying in melee, and do whatever it is you do. Charge it, sling it, keep it going. But I think the weakest point of this sword is that it is timed. If I could sit there and do what I normally do as Psyker, where I engage in melee a little bit, use my warp powers, use my secondary some, and swap between them all, then it'd be good. For me, at least. But that sword wants you to play as a Zealot, as a Psyker, and I'm playing Psyker to play Psyker, not Zealot. But I'd say it's a very strong sword. I wouldn't say it's a straight upgrade of the one-handed one, but it is a side grade. So there's nothing wrong with that. We have his secondaries now, and he has 4 unique ones, but they're all force staffs, so they're all Psyker staffs. His first one is a flamethrower. It's the same as the Zealots, but it's a bit better. I think it has more range, and I'm pretty sure it can do more damage, depending on your peril you have, if you take a perk. But it doesn't take ammo, it only takes peril, and that shit is quick to drain. If you're building right, you'll never have to worry about generating peril, because you can just quickly cleanse it, and your kills will reduce your peril, and it's a really good weapon. If you don't know what to take, you can take the flamethrower staff, and you're just fine. It's called the Purgatus staff. The Trauma staff, the Trauma Force staff, it shoots, its primary attack shoots a small ball, or if you charge it, you can shoot a really big ball. And it can do some really good fucking damage. I'm pretty sure it's got a blessing on it where if you go to shoot and it crits, it shoots 2 out. And it can just pump out some damage. I don't see anyone really use it because I think it's a skill shot weapon. You know, you got to go for crit, like weak spot hits, and if you get crits, it's even better. So I'd love to see more of that staff because it's fun to see. Just flinging balls in people's face. There's the Surge Staff, which is a lightning staff. The primary shot is it shoots a little small ball, just like the Trauma Staff. But if you charge it, You'll shoot lightning out of your hands, and it can do a lot of damage. It's got some decent range, but the damage is going to depend on how much you charge up the secondary attack. So if the bar is like halfway full, it's not going to do as much as a full charge, but it's still going to do a decent amount. It staggers, it can knock people down, and I think that's about it with the lightning staff. I don't think it can headshot, but it can crit. I think all the staffs can crit. I can't recall if the fire staff can crit, but I'm pretty sure all the staffs can crit. And then you have the boring ass staff that everyone likes to use because it's overpowered as fuck. The Void Strike. So the Void Strike, your primary attack is you shoot a little ball, just like the Trauma and the Surge staff. And the charge up is you start in a small area, and as you charge, it turns into a bigger and bigger area, and whenever you slam the staff on the ground, the area explodes, knocks almost anything down. As if it's not a boss, it's falling over. It does a lot of damage. It doesn't, from what I understand, it does not care about armor, so if armored enemies, it just rips through them. It's fucking broken, and you can spam it. It's boom, boom, boom. It's dumb. I hate that weapon. It's so overpowered. But I bet you if they nerfed it, people would cry about it. But that's it for Psyker's secondaries. Now we're going to go to his powers. And his 3 powers are Brain Rupture. It is a rather high damaging single target attack. You can either lock onto an enemy, or you can pre-charge it and choose a target to detonate it on instantly. Whenever you are charging it on an enemy, it can stagger them for a second. So if they're in the middle of an attack, you can stop them from attacking. I think it stops everything that isn't a monstrosity. It might not stop crushers. I'd have to check that. You have to fully charge it to deal the damage. I'm not entirely sure the amount of time it takes to detonate, but I'd say it's about 3 seconds. I want to say 3-ish seconds to go from 0 to 100 charge to detonate their head. And some people still will survive that strike to the head. Shockingly. A lot of characters would. You have Smite, which is chain lightning spell that'll just staggers almost everything. Some enemies that normally can't be staggered will be staggered by that. Shockingly.
It just takes a little longer, doesn't it?
Yeah, like, normally there are some enemies that, like, for example, we're going to talk about him later, the Mutant normally does not get staggered. Smite staggers him. It's very rare for them to get staggered, and that's one of the few exceptions. The damage is dog shit. It does, like, no damage. And a lot of people that get into the trap of Smite think they're doing a lot when they're not. They don't go out and test anything like that. But it's the ultimate CC tool in the game. Easily the best. Now, when you're by yourself, when you don't have, like, a buddy with you that's paying attention, you're trolling. You're hardcore trolling with Smite. But if you have a team that's paying attention, you have the best tool in the game. If everyone's dead, you feel like an asshole now because you're just sitting there doing Smite for nothing. You know, you're looking like Emperor Palpatine at home. Just
Who are you? I'm Creamy Sheev.
Yeah, you're the bootleg Creamy Sheev. And his last power is Assail. If you use Assail, I hate you. I hate you if you use Assail. I hate you. You throw shards of warp at people. It'll kill all trash. So any non-named enemies, like, it'll kill them. In a single hit, it can deal decent damage to most enemies that aren't Carapace armors. So, Ragers.
Abel's a big hater.
Oh, dude, I hate this. If there are no Sail haters in this world, I'm dead. But, Bulwarks. Not Maulers, sorry. Bulwarks, Gunners, Reapers. Anything that doesn't wear a Carapace helmet is going to be eaten alive by this thing. It's literally a headshot machine. It's retarded. And even if it doesn't hit him in the head, if it hits him like in the chest or arms, it's still doing a decent amount because it's going to hop from him to him and someone else. Sometimes it'll hit the same person 3 times. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, their best power is Assail. Ugh, as much as I hate saying that, it's definitely Assail. But if you don't want to be a scumbag and ruining everyone else's fun...
Hey, you forgot the most important part. Everyone that uses Assail, we've noticed, is
trash.
They're awful at the game.
They have been picked up. Assail is literally the reason why they have gotten past difficulty 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when they get to 5, they don't know what to do.
It's too much of a crutch. They think this one ability will carry them, or the fact is they're not giving themselves time to, you know, learn the rest of their kit. Yeah, learn the game, learn the rest of their kit to, you know, excel at everything else the Psyker can do.
Okay, so for the recommended powers, unfortunately, I have to say Assail is the strongest skill or grenade.
Here, if you learn the game, and then use Assail, and you'll be fine.
But the problem is that you're making everyone else have no fucking fun. Like, literally... let me put it into perspective here. They had to make a mod. So, like, people made a mod so they would not have to queue with Assail Psykers. That's how pissed off people were getting with Assail Psykers. They were not allowed to play the game because Assail Psyker would go in, throw his 15-ish shards before he had to cool down, and just keep doing that on repeat and kill everything in a room. So he would just sit there, take the knife. He would do the movement speed exploit. Just keep which is something they still haven't fixed, but they'd sit there and do that the whole time, the whole playthrough, so people could not keep up with them unless they were also using a knife. So it made it very unfun. But I would just recommend using either Smite or Brain Burst or Brain Rupture. Sorry, Brain Burst is the unupgraded version, but just use those two if you don't know. If you've not gotten the fundamentals down, use Brain Rupture or Smite, please. Or just use Brain Rupture, honestly. If you don't know the fundamentals, that Smite does nothing, but we're telling you this, so you should know, because you are a viewer of this channel, you know that Smite does nothing. Except Stagger. It does nothing damage-wise. So, we're going to go to the abilities now, which is Venting Shriek. You sit there and you pretty much scream some voice line, and you'll knock people over that you're looking at. So in about a 45-degree cone, you knock everything down in front of you, and it removes 50% of your peril. Not half. So if you had 100% peril, it goes down to 50. At 90% peril, it goes down to 40. It's always 50%, unless you take perks that would reduce it more. Telekine Shield, I think this is a crutch perk or a skill that people rely on, where if they don't have it, then they'll just crumble. But it's a little shield that you put up that will block ranged attacks. It allows your teammates to shoot through. Enemies can't shoot through. Cooldown, or it lasts for 17.5 seconds. Then there's Scryer's Gaze. This is easily his best skill. And this is a mouthful, and I apologize in advance. When entering Scryer's Gaze, you gain plus 10% damage, 20% critical chance, and suppression immunity. For every second you're in Scryer's Gaze, you gain 1% damage up to a maximum of plus 30%. This effect lingers for 10 seconds after leaving Scryer's Gaze. While in Scryer's Gaze, you build up peril. Kills slow buildup. At 100% peril, Scryer's Gaze ends. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is, because you're doing so much extra bullshit, and you're negating a core mechanic of the game just because you pressed F, or whatever button it is on console. It's ridiculous. From what I've seen, that 10% damage, because people normally run a high damaging weapon, it can one-shot things that it normally can't because they're running that perk. And it's crazy. If you're going Gunpsyker, you go Scryer's Gaze. If you're not going Gunpsyker, you go Venting Shriek, in my opinion, if you don't want a crutch. The bubble is a crutch, or the shield is a crutch. That's a perk to turn into a bubble. because if you don't have it up and you don't know what to do when you're getting shot at, you're going to go down. And then your team relies on that bubble now, because they sit there and have the mental mindset of Psyker has bubble. I don't need cover now.
Here,
And-
if I could, based off of that bubble thing, let me just say, if I could recommend one thing for any player that's new to the game, learn to be self-sufficient.
Yes.
Yeah, the game does
Please.
emphasize that you want to be with a team, like, you know, you want to work with your teammates, but you also need to be able to be like, okay, because you never know when you're going to be separated or fighting alone,
Or when your team just gets
other teammates
wiped.
are just yeah, your other teammates are already busy, so you got to fucking whip
You
your
gotta
dick
fend
out
for
and
yourself.
yeah, you got to fucking whip your dick out and fight for yourself. Like, even though Guardsman's the weakest and I'm always playing that by myself, that has made me a stronger player because I'm playing such a weak class. Because I've just had to learn how to, be better.
Yeah. I would recommend playing anything that isn't Ogryn first. 1000%, because Ogryn is fucking busted. And you know what? We forgot to talk about Ogryn's passive, but we'll talk about that in a second. We'll read that. We'll put the synopsis.
Oh
there.
shit, my bad.
Well,
Sorry about that.
It's not written down. It's fine. No one even knows about it anyways, so does it really matter? Anyways,
Not really.
the
It's because it's so negligible, honestly.
yeah, it's not though. Psyker's Auras. He has kinetic presence, where he does 7.5% more damage to elites for you and allies in coherency. Seer's Presence, where it's 10% CDR for you and allies in coherency, and CDR is cooldown reduction. Prescience, you and allies in coherency gain 5% critical chance. The recommended aura for this is whatever. All these are really good. If you're going Gun Psyker, you go crit chance. If you're going, if you feel like your team will struggle with elites because you don't have enough big hitter damage, you go kinetic presence. And if you feel everyone's good at everything, just go Seer's Presence. Being able to cast your ultimates or your F keys more, whichever you want to call them, is good. Being able to pop, like if you're running bubble, being able to pop your bubble out more, being able to venting shriek more and knock things down, Scryer's Gaze more, Guardsman with his shout more, Ogryn with his dash more, or his machine gun more. That affects everybody in a positive aspect. I think Psyker probably has the strongest auras that isn't Guardsman's one perk that was a year ago now, I want to say. Was it a year ago when they nerfed that?
Something like that, yeah.
Like, it still hasn't been touched. But I think the CDR is very important for that, because it's not only affecting, like 10% doesn't sound like a lot until you realize that 10% is also adding on to everyone else's ability that reduces cooldown. That's also being affected. But the two passives, before we forget, are there's only two classes have passives. One is the best shit you'll ever have. This is what every class wishes they have, and then something we thought was a core aspect for every other class. I think we talked about it with Guardsmen.
We did.
But just to recap, Guardsmen, if you are crouched behind cover, you can press the ADS button, and you will peek over the cover and start shooting. And you can start shooting that way. Or, God forbid, you just press C again, and you stand up, shoot a little bit, and you press C again, and you crouch back down. Then Ogryn, I believe he has a 20% health and toughness DR. He takes 20% less damage across the board. Just cause.
I'll go confirm that real quick.
Also, I've noticed with the Guardsmen's fucking peeking over cover,
Doesn't work with all cover.
it doesn't work with all cover, and also, I've had it where I peek over cover and then I sit back down, but the game treats me like I'm not behind cover.
Yeah, it's stupid. Okay. So we're going to talk about balance now. Honestly, overall, this is for every class. I just want the skill trees to change to where it allows me to snag perks I want at the top, like how snipers, Psykers, and Ogryns are, so I can grab whichever perk I can without feeling like I got fucked over. Because with Zealot, if I want to regenerate toughness in melee, with melee kills, I gotta go all the way down a tree that I don't want to go down, and go down another tree I don't want to go down, because I don't like those grenades. But Psyker and Ogryn, they can go, oh, I'm gonna get this piece, I'm gonna get this piece, I'm gonna get that piece, and this piece, and that, like, that's not, it's unfair. It really is. It's the same for Guardsmen. You gotta go down all the trees for perks you want. It's ridiculous. And that's just the general thing with those two classes. Do you want to talk about the changes you do for they should do for Guardsmen and Veteran, or Veteran? Whichever you want to call
first off is the biggest one, that passive.
That should be core. That should be everyone's thing.
That's just core. Like, anyone that's, using a gun can obviously figure out how the fuck to, peek over cover and shit like that. And we've brainstormed some ideas for what a passive should be for a Guardsman, but none of them I actually see them doing, because they're a bunch of lazy fucks. Like, let's be real here. They'd probably sooner remove the passive on Guardsman and say he doesn't need it than actually give him one that actually is worthwhile. We've had ideas where, like, hey, if a Guardsman goes down, he's able to still fire his gun, or, stuff like that. Like, stuff that basically feels like what a Guardsman would do in the lore. Oh, yeah. The Guardsman's injured, but he's not fully dead. They're not just gonna lie there. They're gonna grab a rock, a grenade, a gun. They're gonna spit on him. They're fucking gonna do something. They're not just gonna lie there and die.
I mean, there's plenty of animations that aren't fan made.
Go ahead.
Where they're fighting till they're dead. Like, they are dead.
Especially if they're Acadian.
Oh yeah.
The whole thing in the lore is the planet fell before the guard did.
Or a Krieger. Kriegers too.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got both in the game.
Krieger, Acadian. If they add a Catachan jungle fighter, they're sure as shit not gonna roll over.
Like,
maybe even Scions.
Definitely Scions, because they're the ones that are they're tortured to be made. They just torture the shit out of them.
Like, they would not just sit there and lie down. I can't remember what animation it is to where they're running away. I think it's a priest or something and a commissar, I believe, are running down a trench from Tyranids to reinforce another group, and this guy's fucking, like, he is on his last legs. And he not only does not protest to the priest or whatever the guy is, I can't remember, saying, oh yeah, give me a rifle. He tells him, no, give me that gun. I want to get back on the line and keep fighting. Like, this guy's got a missing fucking arm, I think. And a missing leg.
That's the one thing that it seems like they've completely forgot about Guardsmen and veterans in general. Because, mind you, this is a veteran. This guy has been around the block for a long time.
Yeah, he talks about combat he's been in.
He's the old man in a young man's game equivalent in Warhammer. And you're saying he took some damage and now he's fucking just bleeding on the floor, just letting it happen? Fuck no. I don't know. Maybe even give him a perk where he could fucking pull the pin and blow himself up. I don't know, something like that.
Martyrdom from Call of Duty, pretty much.
Yeah, no, something like that. Like, they're not just gonna wait there to die. They're gonna blow themselves up to kill as many of them as they can take with them. They're gonna keep shooting.
I would happily love to say that the weakest guardsman in Warhammer 40k is better than probably your best American soldier in our current era.
I mean, they've got better gear.
In fucking Zeal? Yeah. I can't think of a single fucking guardsman that hasn't turned to chaos, mind you. That is just like, yeah, I can fight. I fought enough.
They're constantly fighting above their weight. They're fighting above their weight class, and in terms of like massive invasions.
I mean,
Tyranids are a great example. Like that's fighting so much above their weight.
Anything from chaos. Most guardsmen's regiments, they hear they're fighting Chaos Space Marines, they start rubbing their hands like the dinner bell just rang.
There's a famous piece of art that I'm going to look for now, just to emphasize this, where there was a guardsman, I think, wearing a jetpack, and he was jetpacking towards a fucking a Chaos Space Marine with a Melta in his hand. He could have thrown that shit, but he wanted to guarantee that that fucker was dying, so he jetpacked to him to make sure he confirmed the kill.
Before we continue moving on, there's another image. I've talked about it many times. There's a guardsman that's holding a Melta about to get killed by Angron, and he's like, I'm gonna shoot this guy's face off first before I die. Mind you, a basic bitch human versus the epitome of anger and death incarnate, and he's like, I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot
the Primarch.
A Primarch with Chaos Warp.
Yeah, that was when he was a demon, a Chaos demon. So like he is fucking chunky, and he's like, I'm gonna shoot him.
I mean, the fucking the Kriegers
because
they all sit there. What battle was that again? Where they were sitting there tossing a Melta between each other because they knew they were gonna die.
I don't remember what the battle was called, but yeah, they were fighting Necrons, and they were throwing the fucking Melta gun to each other because they knew they were gonna die. So they would fire a shot off and then throw it, because as soon as that guy with the Melta fired it, the Necrons killed him.
Oh,
so they knew they were gonna die. They just kept playing hot potato with the Melta, because as long as the Melta's fucking being used, that's a positive gain.
That's all the Kriegers care about. That's what they're taught. That's what a lot of guardsmen are taught. As long as a gun is red hot, that's all that matters.
Oh, did you
keep
get killed
shooting
by a bullet?
until you're dead?
Oh, did you get killed by a bullet? Good for you. You took a bullet for your comrade. Oh, did you kill an enemy? Good for you. That's one less enemy that your comrade has. It's all about the other man.
It's literally somebody else. It's not you.
Yeah. The perk tree on the veteran. It needs to be trimmed down with the fat. Perks need to be merged because it is just too expensive to have a build on fucking veteran. Like, I don't know, like the fucking grenade perk that comes every 60 seconds. Add that to a different one. There's there's one called
Twin.
Not twin linked. I'm talking about the one that gives you like the Medicaid.
Yeah.
And the
field improvisation.
Field improvisation. Those two should be combined, because field improvisation gives ammo and grenades to your teammates whenever they grab from an ammo box. Well, that would make sense for a guardsman to have field improvisation and just finding grenades. He's improvising in the field. Boom.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! And that, like, come on, it's not exactly rocket science. They have a lot of lore that they can do for the guardsmen, and it's not exactly like they have to do warp shittery to get it working. His keystones, they're dog shit. Fucking make them better.
Make them less annoying.
You have to do, but less annoying. Make them better. I don't know, because like his only usable one is the focus target one, and the only usable way to play it is to ping every single thing. So, and every single time you ping something, all your teammates hear you call out, Bruiser, Mauler, Crusher, Mauler, Bulwark. Like, you're just constantly screaming.
I think what I'm going to do in the editing, too, is just emphasize on how annoying that is. Like, every single call out you do, I'm going to add the tagging sound. Just so people understand how annoying that shit gets. When there's 20 plus enemies running at you, and someone is constantly pinging.
Exactly.
For 30 minutes.
Yeah. 30 minutes of just constant calling out the names of things. And trust me, most of the time when I ping something using that ability, everyone already fucking knows they're there before I had to ping them.
Yeah.
Trust me, you're going to either see the Crusher, you're going to see the Mauler, you're going to hear the gunfire, you're going to see the flames, you're going to, trust me, they're going to know they're there before you actually ping them for them. So the ping is actually not doing much.
All it's doing is making them take more damage. That's all it's doing.
Yeah. And it's not a lot of damage, like 4% plus how many stacks you put on them.
Yeah.
Up to 5.
Which, like, 20% damage is not like that's a lot of damage coming out. But then at that point, you know, you've got all these targets getting pinged. They're only getting 1 stack. 4% damage is nothing, but it's still 4% damage for free.
It's a 4% damage on a class that is lacking in many areas. That's all I got. That's all I got. Trust me, I could go on for probably hours. Abel's had to listen to me talk about Guardsmen.
Yeah, we've tried to sit there and figure out ways to make the Guardsmen better. You know, exactly what they gave Ogryn as a gun. I literally said a year ago. I wish I fucking recorded it because no one's gonna believe me now. That they should have given Guardsmen a machine gun, like 2 different machine guns for marks, and a las machine gun and a regular bullet machine gun, and make it one where it's a hip fire machine, and when you ADS it just chokes it up a little more and you're bump firing it, or you know, a variant where it's fucking dead shot accurate, holds barely any ammunition, and just does a bunch of weak spot damage. But no, they give it to the fucking Ogryn. Anyways.
I was gonna say. I was about to say. Twin every stubber.
But the Zealot.
What am I? I want to point attention to that fucking card art too, in Veteran. Where,
Yeah, Veteran has a card art where he's holding a machine gun,
Veteran
smoking
has
a
card
cigar.
art where he's smoking
is it a
fucking
cigarette?
fats. He's
and he's using a hot shot las gun, right?
No, he's
he's
not
using a machine gun.
He's using just a heavy lead belcher machine gun. Like he's
using what the dread gunners use.
And he doesn't have it.
He doesn't fucking have it. He's smoking a fat stogie
right.
and he's just ripping into things.
We'll talk about that when we get to what they could add, but because that's going to be right before we do the review scores. So, for the Zealot, honestly, give him a fucking passive. Maybe something that gives him melee damage, depending on how many kills or how much melee damage he's done in the mission. Like, give him something. Like, he needs something. Everyone should have a passive, because that's how the game should fucking be, because that's how they designed it. And just combine some perks, get rid of the bloat. You know, it's ridiculous how, like, Zealot doesn't have it as bad as Guardsman does, but it's pretty fucking bad. Like, I shouldn't have to go from one end to the other end just for a decent fucking build.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I gotta go across the whole field.
You literally said before that you have to go into certain trees in order to just get a perk you want. That shouldn't be the case.
Like, my build goes from the top tree, so from the very beginning goes middle, left, all the way to the right, down. Because I want to avoid dog shit fucking auras, abilities, all that shit. It's annoying. But, for Psyker, I don't know what they could give him for a passive. Maybe something that increases his critical damage, because that's kind of how his whole ordeal is critting a lot. And, I don't know, make it to where if it's either his kills or the amount of damage he staggers, like enemies he staggers, I don't know. You don't want to mess over Smite Psykers, because they're giving out a lot of their potential damage to assist. I don't know. They need to figure something for Psyker that isn't blatantly overpowered. But also, get rid of his fucking bloat. They added a bunch of new perks to him, and they're trash. One of his perks that he has could easily be merged into 3. It's crazy. Like, ugh. I'm pretty sure it's literally just when you sit there and explode, you don't go down. Like, that's not worth a perk point. It's terrible. But, anyways, that's the Psyker. But we got the last but not least. The Ogryn.
Me?
The Shadow of Crime.
Lunch?
You gonna go?
No, it's all you, Abel.
It's all me, it's your character. Anyways, fuck it. So, for Ogryn, just don't do anything. Or just small nerfs. Anything. Just, like, even tiny nerfs here and there to make it seem like you actually give a shit about nerfing the class, because you obviously don't. But, just don't buff him. Like, this is the third patch in a row where you've buffed Ogryn. Like, please.
Hey, take all those Ogryn buffs and send them my way, please.
And send them to the Guardsmen, please.
For the love of God.
You can cut like a couple feet off of Ogryn and give it to Guardsmen. Just
Give me some juice. I want my juice.
yeah, just don't buff him, please. He's good enough already. Just stop touching him. Or nerf him. Just do that. That's it.
Yes, literally all you have to do. Nothing or teeny tiny nerfs.
Watch, they're gonna watch this video and gonna be like, "Oh, do you hear that? They don't appreciate Guardsmen enough to take my passive away."
They don't appreciate Guardsmen. Nerf Zealot.
Nerf. We don't appreciate Guardsmen. Nerf Blackbeard in a separate game.
Nerf Shigoki.
Honestly.
Alright, now we are going to be doing the enemies, but before we do that, we're going to get into some terminology of what each enemy has for either their armor or their special modifiers to them. And you can skip ahead this part if you're watching, because I'm going to have what they are and what it means in the card art when I show the enemy. I'm going to flash pictures of the enemy when we're talking about them. Then you can pause and read what it is, or you can listen to this part. I'll put a timestamp somewhere in the video after this. But the first enemy is going to be an unarmored enemy. Just like it says on the tin, you're going to do the full amount of damage to them. Like, if your gun does 50 damage, it's always going to do 50 damage to them. Just flesh and bone. Do you want to go back and forth? Or
yeah, I would say so, but I would also say, like, unarmored enemies, best enemies. Don't have to worry about, like,
nothing
doing
special.
lack of damage. Don't have to specifically aim anywhere. Flak armored enemies are the general body armor, you know. It's not too tanky, but it's not, like, unarmored. It provides enough DR that it makes any enemy that has it a nuisance, but not, like, you gotta focus target, like, now. Like,
well, we'll discuss
like,
who's the focus target when it gets to that specific person, but generally flak drops, depending on your gun, it drops the damage from around 30% to 50%, give or take. Some guns is 0%.
Yeah, some guns, it just sucks. Some guns,
Yeah.
it, like, completely sucks to use against flak, and other guns, it,
And melee
like,
weapons.
Plasma. Like the plasma, just, you know, it doesn't even care.
Yes, 100% the case. Carapace armor, this is like the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme of body armor. It's super fucking strong. It reduces it by at least 80 or 90% depending on your gun. Guns like the Hellbore, the plasma rifle, the bolter, revolver, there's a couple others here and there, melee weapons as well, where they don't care if it's carapace. It's going to cut right through whether it's there or not, but it is going to reduce a small amount of damage, about 10%ish, 20%ish, depending on how things go with crits and all that. If some crits weapons, it ignores it completely, but next is unyielding. These guys are normally Ogryns, where their flesh is showing, like, you know, you can see their skin and all that, but
They're just so big that they don't get slowed
they
down
don't
by being
care.
shot. Yeah, they don't care.
It's roughly a 10% decrease in damage, depending on your weapon. Non-boss enemies can be staggered by your weapons. It just takes a lot to do. I believe all bosses are unyielding. If not, then most of them are. I have it later on down the list of who is and who isn't, and I will be flashing that in the card art, like I said, so just look for it. Here, you do this one.
Oh boy. Oh gee. So infected. They are the chaff. Like, really the only infected in the game are just, like, really chaff units that, like, there's gonna be like 20 of them. They reduce your damage by like 10%, but they don't have a lot of health to begin with, so you don't really notice that decrease. You're just gonna be mowing them down. They're the Soviet tactic of just charge and throw bodies at the problem, not having quality.
Yeah, normally with infested enemies as well, if they hit you, they're going to cause corruption damage, and we'll specify which enemies will do that, and we'll tell you what corruption here is in a little bit. Maniacs are one of the hardest things to stagger in the game. Like, you thought Unyielding was hard to stagger. Maniacs are insane. Because they will just run right at you. They don't give a fuck. Just Usain Bolt at you and try to fuck you up. They'll take almost anything to the chin. They have enough health to take it to the chin. Normally they have enough health to take it just right to the face. Headshots, they don't care. Body shots, they definitely don't care. You have to have, like, a super hard crowd control to knock them over. Like, a major explosion that doesn't just straight up kill them.
Or the lightning fingers.
The Smite is one of the few things that stagger Maniacs. They roughly take around 10-ish% damage. It might be more depending on the enemy, honestly, because the numbers fluctuate here and there, and it also depends on your gun. It's very weird with Maniacs. I don't know. I can't give you an exact number because they're awkward. But, toughness is your first quote-unquote health bar.
It's also the most important health thing because it can regenerate.
Yep, it regenerates over time when you're in coherency with your teammates. And we've already explained what coherency is, but for those in the back, we'll also explain it again in a little bit here.
For the ones that a little slow on the uptake.
Yeah, normally coherency refills on melee kills. There's some perks, or talents is what they're called, that you can pick up that will increase it more. There's other talents that'll make it to where you do X thing, you get X amount of toughness. And it's probably the most important mechanic is knowing how to manage your toughness, because if you manage your toughness, you'll take barely any health barely any health damage, because they have to get through your toughness first, except melee enemies. If you're missing toughness, melee enemies will hit you, and you'll take a reduced amount of damage to the health bar, but it's still something. And melee enemies fuck up your toughness.
If you have full toughness, though, you won't take health damage until that next hit.
The first melee attack, as long as you have full toughness, mind you, 100% toughness, the first melee attack will not take away any health. But if you're missing one toughness, you can be missing like half a toughness as an example, where it's not fully replenished, that melee attack's going to do the health damage. So, we have Corruption. It is a form of health damage. And what it does is it reads off your maximum health. And health is in chunks, either 2 or more. And if you take Corruption damage, it starts to slowly or dramatically chip away at one of your health bars. And once a health bar is completely full of Corruption, you can't go down for that a second time, or however many times. So however many bars you have is how much you can go down. -1. So getting that completely filled up is not good. You want to try to avoid Corruption as much as physically possible. And there are some enemies in the game that will give you Corruption. We will specify who will. And there are some modifiers on Havoc that will give you Corruption. There are some modifiers in the base game that will give you Corruption. So you just have to be careful on your feet, pay attention where you're standing, what is trying to melee attack you, what is trying to shoot you, what is trying to throw stuff at you, and just be light on your feet and pay attention. That is literally almost anything in Darktide, pay attention. And the last thing's coherency. Just stay close to your teammates. There's a little icon, and I'll pop it up on the screen here, where that shows, okay, me and my squad, we're homies. We're bros. We stand 5 feet apart because we're not gay.
I'm gonna be real with you. Most of the time, that coherency, your teammates are always going all over the place.
Yep, it's life or death with coherency. If you're not in coherency, you're probably losing. That's probably why you're losing.
Super L.
I can't find an official range for it, and I'm sorry. I wish I could give you an exact number, but perks, talents, all that shit just changes it, it skews it, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, all the auras that we talked about earlier, those are all benefits of being in coherency. And like you said, some of them are fucking strong. So you want to be in a group. You want to be in a group hug situation where you're close, but not too close. And just go to town killing your enemies. Alright, so now we're actually going to discuss the enemies and their different types and all the like. So a rule of thumb is generally, if it's a scab, they wear flak. If it's a dreg, they wear no armor. We're going to state otherwise, and the first enemy we're going to be talking about here is actually one of the few exceptions, which is the Bruiser.
Yeah, the Scab Bruiser. Now, this guy is... He's not the chaff. They don't throw, like, hundreds of them at you, but they throw, like, a good amount.
He's a peon,
melee.
but he's
They're
not
the peons, but they've got flak.
He's not a joke.
Yeah, they got flak on their body, but their head is uncovered. And they have this mallet, oh not mallet, a maul that they come and hit you with.
It hurts too.
Yeah.
Do not underestimate these guys.
You know,
like, they might not look like shit. Like, they might look like nothing, you know, bald-headed dude with a fucking little billy club in his hand. But that billy club's gonna fuck your shit up. If you let him touch you, like, kill this guy the moment you see him. Like, I don't care, like, if there's a bunch of other melee guys. If it's him, kill him. Like, if it's not a specialist or anything like that,
They were nice in not covering his head with armor.
Oh yeah, if they gave him a helmet.
If I remember right, his head is unarmored, so
yeah, he has no helmet. So.
That's the small boon you get. It's like, oh yeah, his whole body's armored, but his head, yeah, he's just running around.
Smack him in the forehead.
At least they're easy to kill in that way. But if you start shooting him in the body, you're going to be wasting a lot of ammo.
Yeah, they can take up to 3 shots to the chest. They don't care. They have a lot of health for what they are. Like, they might be an enemy that you can't ping, which is normally an indication of this guy is weak. He is not. He will wreck your shit. I've seen times where 3 of them can bring somebody from 100 to 0 in a couple seconds. Just boom, 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 just done.
Yeah, one hit me in the back of the head, in the back of the knee, and then on my nuts, and I'm on the ground.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the next one is the Scab Shooter. It's just your regular guardsman running around.
Shooter.
He's a nobody. You just get anyone with gun. They're nobodies, but guns are dangerous. Scab or dreg, they will rip your health bar to shreds. They'll rip your toughness to shred. They're going to spawn a bunch of them, and they're going to fuck your shit up. They're going to normally try to weave them in with other types of ranged units. And just be careful. If you see a gunner, shoot a gunner. Normally, the priority list is guys with guns, melee guns.
And melee, yeah.
But if you have no choice, you got a melee, just melee. It's not worth taking a bunch of melee attacks for no reason and losing your health bar. Because if you have toughness, the guns are going to barely do anything.
Positioning is the biggest thing.
Oh yeah, 1000%. Like, easily. You can tell who is who with the scab gunner. Like the peon scab gunners is their green eyes, their helmets glow. So there's that.
Yeah.
There's the scab stalker, which is the scab shooter, but he's not wearing a helmet.
He's not wearing a helmet, and if I remember right,
he's wearing a bandana.
His rifle's more full auto.
Yeah, I think his rifle shoots really fast, really fast. And they're healthier. They have more health, but like I said, he doesn't wear a helmet, so he's easier to kill, theoretically. But he's harder to spot.
Usually with enemies, if they have a lot of armor on them, they'll actually have a lower health pool, just because that armor is kind of being
is artificial health in a way. It's health in theory.
But
in worst case scenario, they have more health.
There are some enemies that are heavily armored and also healthy, and you're just like, oh shit.
We'll get to him in a minute. You'll know who we're talking about. We've talked about him a little bit. If you know, you know. But with the Scab Stalker, these guys can be quite scary because they can blend in really easily at that. In dark areas, they're hard to see. They wear complete black. Nothing glows. They wear black bandanas over their face. The only bits you can see are kind of like their eyes. You can kind of see their eyes, but...
And there's like 5 or 6 of them, so they just rip into you.
Yeah, they spawn in a kind of a big group. Granted, big groups in this game for important enemies is like 3 or more. Sometimes it's 2 or more, depending on how dangerous that guy is. But Scab Stalkers, if they spawn in a group of 6 and they catch you out, like out of cover, you're gonna get hurt bad because you probably didn't see them, and they're trying to flame. It's not gonna kill you, but it'll spook you. Because if there's a stalker nearby that got there's probably a gunner somewhere hanging around. Not a shooter, a gunner. And we'll get to them in a little bit here. And now the dregs.
Dregs are the cultists, mainly, of Darktide. They're not trained soldiers, they're just a bunch of guys in yellow rags that found some guns, slapped them all together, and just doing Nurgle's bidding.
Yeah, it's like a vomit yellow color, I guess is the way to put. I don't know like what kind of color it is exactly, but it's a weird color of yellow. They're kind of easy to spot. Yeah, and mustard is mustard's a good color to compare it to. But they are quite easy to spot because of their color itself. Like, it stands out a lot because of the way the maps are. There's no like bright colors really in this game, except a very few rare exceptions. So they stick out like a sore thumb. Sometimes even the scab shooters blend in because of the way the maps look. But the Dreg Stalker is just dude with a gun. Nothing crazy. Just be careful with them. They will fuck you up.
Cloth clothes and a gun, and I think they spawn more Dreg Stalkers like in groups. Like they have a higher group number that can spawn.
Yeah, I think they pull them in more like bigger groups and all that. So they can be quite scary if you're not paying attention. Just be very careful. Because these guys will rip you to shreds if you're not paying attention. If you're just fucking casually strolling, just la 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 la. Yeah, they'll fuck you up. But the Dreg Bruiser. The Dreg Bruiser is like the Scab Bruiser, but backwards. So they're wearing a flak helmet.
They're completely butt naked,
but nothing else.
Yeah.
So they're pretty much running at you with a helmet. They're like Gladiator from For Honor. So
making us proud.
Just their helmet makes them pretty tanky too, honestly. Like, if you can't cleave through them, just try to smack them out of the way for a little bit and then deal with them in a second. You know, there's definitely going to be someone you can just decapitate a couple of people and then hit them in the head again and keep dealing with them.
You can usually cut their head off pretty.
Yeah, normally you want to try to go for headshots against Dregs because he's the only one that's pretty much wearing a helmet. So
most of the time, most of the times I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, they have metal helmets on, but I'm already like headshot level, you know?
Yeah,
so
you're most likely dealing with other melee chaff, so you might as well just hit him in the head. It's not too big of a worry, but it does make him a bit healthier. Like we said earlier, 30 to 50% healthier, so he can take a hit or two. But next is the Pox variant. So a majority of enemies that are Pox are going to be infested, and I'm pretty sure all of them are, except for one, which I have to double check, and I'll put it in the card to make sure. So we have the Pox Walker. Right on the 10, he's an infested enemy, so he's got worms and all that shit on him, maggots, all that. So when you hit him, you'll see the worms and shit flying off. It's cool as hell. But it makes them a little tanky. They don't have a lot of health, but if you have a good cleaving weapon or a good weapon to mowing down hordes, you're fine. You're not going to worry about these guys. They're meant to distract you from the real threats, the big guys, the guy walking in behind you with a fucking massive hammer about to slap you in the forehead. Then the Groaner, easier Poxwalker to kill. They have less health, do less damage, and I don't even,
a shitload of them now.
There's gonna be a lot of them, but they're not as scary. I'm not sure if they're infested. I have to double check on that one. So there's two. I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they're infested the last time I checked. Then this is the one that I'm not 100% sure because these guys are technically infected by the plague. And it's the Mobian 21st Walkers. And these guys are fucking tanky.
Basically, they're scab bruisers that have been infected. So they're
Pox.
a little tankier. They have a lot of numbers. They're a lot tankier. I remember when we first started shooting them, when they first came out, we were just like, okay, what the hell are we supposed to do with this?
Yeah, I mean, they take damage to the face they'll take damage to the chin. They'll take, their body armor is stronger. I'm pretty sure, they've got special everything. They have more mass, so if you're sitting there and you're trying to cleave through them, you'll bounce off of them more, pretty much is the best way to put it. They're heavy. You gotta treat these guys like they're fucking scab bruisers on meth. And if you do that, you'll be fine. You're gonna have no worries with these guys. Just scarier bruisers. And speaking of scarier enemies, these guys you have to watch out for. The Scab Mauler. These guys have two-handed chain axes. They're carapace helmet, so, you know, it's a regular scab, but one extra add-on. Please don't hit these guys in the head. Please don't. If your weapon's built for it, go right ahead, but I can't tell you how many times I've seen people shoot them in the head and seen that blue spark showing, hey, you're doing this wrong. You know, it gives you a sound notification that you're doing it wrong, but just be careful. These guys can be very scary. When 2 or more of these guys spawn, they'll try to stagger their heavy attack where they lift their weapon up, rev it, and slam it on the ground. And if you get hit by that, you're going to feel it. It's going to make a loud boom noise when he hits the ground. And it does. Die probably, you're either going down or you're like 10% health. He's going to hurt. He's going to do that through full toughness. He doesn't care. He's going to fuck you up. You're going to know when they're coming, because when they're running at you, you'll see like the top of their helmet, because their helmet glows red. Whenever, like, their eyes glow red, they rev their chain axe, and they have certain call-outs when they're walking to you. So if you can't hear or see 2 of those 3 things, you're going to know they're coming.
Yeah, they wear a welder's mask, so it's pretty recognizable.
Yeah, it's very recognizable, honestly. Like, you just don't want them to weave in between the crowds, because with the way they made the game, they try to hide people inside of other people, if that makes sense, to where you're watching people flail around and act all fucking crazy because they're trying to hide everyone else that's coming in that's scarier. Speaking of scary, they buffed these guys recently, and we didn't notice that until we looked at the patch notes.
They're mean.
Scab Ragers are mean as fuck. They're fast.
They don't give a fuck.
They take damage. They used to be not that scary. But then they made their armor, like their chest piece, a carapace vest. So, normally with these guys, you would shoot them in the chest, which sounds counterproductive because they, you know, headshots do more. But they move their head in such a weird way when they're running at you. It's awkward to try to shoot them. Even when they're standing still, they're very, like, they're tweaking out. Like, they're
jittery.
High. It's crazy. After that change, they're very scary now, because they come in huge packs of like 6 or 7 on the higher difficulties. They're massive hordes of them just come running at you. You'll definitely know they're coming, though. They're going to scream, they're going to shout, they're going to talk hella shit about you and what they're going to do to you, and they lift their axes up in the air. So that's one way that you can have a Scab Mauler sneak up on you, because you can't see them. These guys are running at you. But you'll know they're coming. If they didn't hit you in the back of the head, you know they're coming.
Yeah, because you can pretty much see them charging through the horde.
Oh yeah, they're faster than almost everything. There's like 2 guys that are slower than them. Or faster than them, sorry. The Scab Gunner is up next. These guys are nuts. They buffed them recently, and they go even harder than when I originally ripped this.
Oh my god, yeah.
They buffed them and nerfed them, but...
I remember in one of our missions, they got in a good position, and we could not get them. They were stuck in there like a tick.
Yeah, we couldn't get them to move. We lost because of that. There was like 9 of them. We couldn't do it. But these guys do a shitload of damage. If they can sit there and find a spot where they can just hunker down and just unload, because they don't have to reload. They just shoot. They just can just constantly shoot. It's just they take cover because, you know, the game's being nice. You suppress them.
Back at them.
But you have to shut these guys down. You have to shut these guys down. If you do not kill them, you're causing a problem to start, and it's just gonna keep snowballing because another one's probably gonna spawn, then another one, and they're gonna take up just as good, if not better, positions to pin you down. You're gonna know these guys are out there because they have a unique helmet where they have 3 eyes, and they're bright green. Just, you're not gonna mistake them. They've got a green shoulder flashlight. I think that's what it is.
They are the bump in the night.
Yeah, they're crazy. They've got insane call-outs. They're loud. When they call out, they are loud, so you know they're out there. When they shoot, you know it's them. There is no, like, disguising them as somebody else, so you know who's who. Next is the Scab Shotgunner.
Scab Shotgunner.
These guys used to be scarier. The Scab Gunners used to be the same way. Like, they're scary, but at one point they were a bit scarier, give or take, because they got rid of the pushback that they had. Because when you were originally with all the gunners that are elites or specialists, when you got shot, it would push you backwards. So if you were trying to run at them, you just get shoved out of the way in a way. But they removed that and made them stronger elsewhere, so I guess it's a shift. So it's give or take, but the Scab Shotgunner can shit out damage.
Yeah, and especially since there's like usually 4 of them that spawn in together.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All
Even just one.
You just hear the pump of a shotgun, and you just hear nothing personal, kid, and you just get blown away.
Oh, they talk hella shit too. They are shit talkers. I don't know if you've ever heard like what they say, because they can be quite hard to understand during the chaos, but oh my god. They're mean.
I usually don't try to get that close to them where I can understand.
Well, the thing is, I've had them pretty far away and I could understand them. But,
Oh, so they're loud shit talkers.
Oh, they are loud. Like, you know how you can hear them pump their shotgun from far away? You can hear them shit talk from far away, too. It's like they're in the box. But, you know when these guys are around. They've got a very unique look to them. Like, there's no mistaking them. I think they tower over, with the way their armor and all that looks, they technically tower over, Ragers. Because of their back piece. Because they've got, like, skulls and totem pieces on them. It's crazy looking. It's cool as fuck, honestly. Whoever was the design team knew what they were doing. I'll say that much. They were cooking. But even for being a shotgunner, they can snipe you. They can do some damage at range, so just be careful with these guys. Just kill them the moment you see them and you don't have to worry about the bullshit damage they can just shit out. But, next is, for the Dregs, we've got the Dreg Gunner. Literally a Scab Gunner, but he's only got a bulletproof chest piece. Nothing else. So, you'll know it's them just by the color of their armor and the battle clips they have, and
there was an extra
the sound of their gunshots.
back where I died.
It's the same as...
They when they start firing, man, you know they're happy.
You'll know it's them for sure. Just be careful. It's just like the Scab Gunner. Do not let them get in a good position. Try to kill them as soon as you see them. Like we said, anyone with guns is priority number 1. The higher up the tier list of like enemy and strength-wise, the more important they are as a gunner, as a melee, etc.
Now we'll get to the real number 1. If you see these guys, you gotta kill them.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Very careful.
Yesterday, you gotta kill them.
Like the Dread Rager. These guys are scary.
They may not have armor on, but oh boy.
They might just have a loincloth on.
Oh boy, are they a-coming.
These guys are juiced the fuck up. It's easily the scariest maniac in the game. Almost impossible to stagger. They hit hard as fuck. They'll take damage straight to the chin like it's fucking candy. Hard. They'll take headshots like it's nothing.
They hit hard as fuck and they attack fast as shit.
Like I originally wrote down it's 3+, but honestly I want to say 2 or more is when it's just gonna be a whirlwind of axes and death. You're screwed. You're just gonna get fucked up by these guys. If you're not dodging right and you're not trying to kill them by range attacks, you're screwed. They do talk.
They're one of the few enemies that you are not gonna be able to like win in melee with.
Oh no! Even my Zealot, where I'm going for like one-shots and all that, I struggle to get into combat melee-wise with them because there's so many of them, and they'll just take the hammer to the chin. Unless you do a full-charged heavy, it's not gonna kill them. But
is it powered up full charge heavy?
Oh yeah, powered up. A powered up heavy attack does not kill them. It has to be a full charged heavy attack, or at least 2/3 full charge. Jesus. It's crazy. They take a hit to the chin like it's nothing. I might be hitting them in the shoulder because of how tall they are, but I don't know. They're crazy.
Yeah, their head kind of sinks into their shoulder. I don't know.
Yeah, they're insane, but you'll know they're coming by the sounds they make. They scream a lot. They shout a lot. One of the Psykers makes note on that.
If you thought the Scab's fucking Rager was a tweaker, these guys
are insane. Good luck headshotting them while they're running at you. You might hit something else behind them.
Yeah, at least you're killing other stuff, I guess. But
Yeah, you're doing something else at least, but you'll see their axes most likely before you hear them, but depending on the length of the hallway. But you'll know they're coming. Then,
you could hear their fucking rabies at the end of the hall.
oh yeah, just... You got the Dreg Shotgunner. These are literally the same as Scab Shotgunners. Their weapons do not change. Nothing. It's just they don't wear a helmet. So they're easier to take care of. Oh,
Yep.
before I forget, all Dregs use, every single Dreg uses bullet weapons, every single Scab uses
Laser. Or
laser
plasma.
weapons, except for the Scab Shotgunner and, you know, the melee Scabs that are just going to come in and punch you in the face. So,
They
pretty
use
much
projectiles.
they're the guard. The Dregs are just regular dudes. So, Ogryns.
Ogryn.
Yes, they have Ogryns on their side.
They have, yeah, and they're very annoying.
They can be very scary, especially the one after this one.
The bulwarks are just annoying, man. So they have a giant slab shield of metal that
Better
I
than
don't
the player Ogryns.
the only weapon that can pierce that is the plasma. A full charged plasma can pierce the Ogryn thing, but everything else, you're not doing dick to it.
Yep, it's gonna bounce right off of it. They don't care. They laugh at you when you do it too. Like they will taunt you for hitting their shields. You'll hear them running at you. Like their footsteps are loud as fuck.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
You'll hear them talking trash. Pretty much, if you hear a dumb Ogryn talking, you should be careful.
Probably.
You should be worried. But
Yeah, if you're an Ogryn talking, you actually want it to be a bulwark and not the other two.
yes, I agree.
But
I wholeheartedly agree.
because the bulwark focuses solely on just
He's easy to
protection.
dodge.
He's easy to dodge, and he just focuses on being like the wall that allows his people behind him to get up.
Yeah,
Now the next
that's the
one,
reason
on the
why
other
knockdown
hand,
is bad. But just
now the next one on the other hand, instead of going full protection,
he's going
he just wears
offense.
he wears body armor for himself and has a two-handed cement like pole
Yeah,
that he ripped out
rebar
of the
concrete
ground
club. Like this dude's
that he comes in
insane.
top heavy with, and
He's-
that will one-shot everything if it hits you.
Yep. If you don't
Matt.
get one-shotted, you got very, very lucky on DR and all that. Like, super lucky. They're covered head to toe in carapace. There's no getting around it. You're dealing with carapace. Normally, the situation with these guys is if you don't have weapons for that, you want to call him out, use your comms, you know, press
And
your
just
fucking...
ignore him.
Press your button and ignore them. You know, try to dance around them. You know, their attacks are slow. Very slow at that. Very calibrated. Just be on the lookout for more than one, because if there's more than one and they're both chasing you, or all of them are chasing you, they're gonna stagger their attacks because one is getting in the way, and those staggered attacks can eventually land into you getting hit by the top heavy.
Remember when we spawned into a mission and there was like 4 of them with 2 bulwarks?
Man,
I looked at that and I was like, oh fuck this, because I can't do shit to them.
even when with bulwarks, man, they can be a pain in the ass when there's 2 or more because they'll block for each other. It's not a mechanic in the game, it's just how it works, unfortunately. But
And then the next one decides, you know what, I don't need armor, so I'm just gonna take a really big fucking gun.
yeah, he just grabs a
massive.
twin link stubber and goes to work.
And they spawn in groups too. You
They
could
can
have,
spawn
like,
in
3
groups of 5. I've seen it. It's crazy.
you-
Unless they
you can-
changed it, they can spawn in groups of 5.
They do take cover.
They will attempt to take cover. They might be massive, but they will try. They're fucking damnedest. And if they find a good spot, oh my god.
You're fucked. They're ripping through you. Like, they don't have armor, but they're still an Ogryn, so you gotta dedicate some.
Well, the funny
Fucking
thing is,
power
they
to
aren't
it.
wearing armor. It's just,
Well,
in
I
most of the
mean,
places, it doesn't matter. Where you're going to shoot them in the head. So,
Yeah, you're shooting them in the head. Like,
They're
they don't
unyielding.
have any armor.
so they're just going to take that shit to the chin. You know, it's going to be you're most likely going to scare them by shooting at them and not shooting them. Like, actually hitting them. They're probably going to cower because, you know, they're getting shot at.
Because they're big dumb Ogryns.
But if you shoot him in the face, he's probably not going to flinch.
He's probably
Flinching
gonna
him is
laugh.
rare. But getting him to panic is quite relatively easy if your gun shoots fast enough. But, Next, we're going to the specials.
Everyone's favorite and most hated special, the Scab Trapper.
I know a lot of people that love that Scab Trapper because she's crazy.
Hated.
Shout outs to Swanee. She loves the Scab Trapper. But,
Does she?
yeah, it's funny. She simps over her. But, anyways. Maniac enemy, and I'm going to shock y'all. She's going to try to trap you with a net gun. And
Whoa.
she shoots it at you to try to stop you from moving. It'll do a tiny amount of damage, and it's corruption damage over time. Like, it's negligible amounts of damage in a large amount of time. But the longer you're wrapped in it, the less time it takes for the corruption damage to occur, and the more corruption damage it does, because you're most likely stuck in a spot where teammates can't get you.
Yeah, usually you die getting your shit kicked in by the horde before you actually
You're
die
normally
from the trap.
Pulled into a massive horde, and you're getting your shit just rocked, you know. It's crazy how much the Scab Trapper can affect people. I have noticed this last patch, they're a little wonky, but I don't know if that's because of the new game mode or not. Because I've noticed it only in the new game mode, so it might be just that, but... You know, I don't mind them. You know, they can be quite a danger on the field, especially when there's more than two. Because they normally target the same person. So
Yeah, and they stagger their shots.
yeah, just be careful. You know, they're hard to stagger.
Yeah,
They're not as hard to stagger as most or a majority of Maniac enemies, but they are quite hard to stagger. They do have a global sound cue when they're spawning in. You know, it makes a certain noise. Your characters will normally make a comment on it themselves. And they constantly make a noise. You know, they're making like a yak 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 noise when they're running at you. Their boots make a significantly unique noise, all that, you know. You can hear their net shaking around like a chain kind of sound. It's a lot of noises to let you know, hey, a trapper's coming. And speaking of unique noises, these guys have none besides one, but you have to be very perceptive, is the Scab Sniper. These guys are completely unarmored. A very rare thing for Scabs, but these guys...
No armor.
Yeah, these guys are wet blankets.
They'll chunk you.
These guys hurt, though. They will try to get as far away as physically possible on the map. They're going to try to poke you out with their long las. And he can just deal a massive amount of damage. I've been one-shot by these guys, just because I just got super unlucky. As a Psyker, I have...
Oh god, I don't think I've ever been one shot by them, but I definitely have like taken like 3/4 of my health.
As a Psyker, I got one tapped by these guys. I was blocking somebody else and he shot me in the back. Just completely executed my ass. And their shot is completely telegraphed. It is very telegraphed, honestly. Like, they got a bright ass red laser. Takes a while for them to shoot at you.
It's been bugged with this recon patch, though, where it's like the laser might not show up and they always get shot.
Yeah, it might be latency, honestly. I'm not sure what it is, but like their laser will show up afterwards, which is the weird thing. I think it's... I'm not sure what it is. I couldn't tell you, but every now and then again, when someone says they couldn't see it, someone else could, so... It's very weird.
Yeah.
But the only way to really know where these guys are is their laser or their footsteps. If you can hear their footsteps, they're really close to you and they're not really a threat, so there's that. But their laser is the key thing that will let you know. Sometimes their shots are guaranteed, unfortunately, and it's not the fault of the sniper class itself or the sniper enemy itself. It's, you know, a mutant grabbing you and then throwing you, you know, to combo it. Then you just get absolutely fucking blown the fuck up. Sometimes when you're dropping off the map, you know, that's just unlucky. He zeroed in on you the moment you drop down, so you can't dodge in midair, so, you know, oh well. You might just get one tapped.
Sucks to suck.
It sucks, man. Unfortunately, it's not the game's fault, it's not your fault, and it's not the enemy's fault. It was just luck of the draw. You know, you can't blame anybody there, but, you know, yourself in a way, because you didn't check. Arguably one of the scariest enemies in the game is the Scab Bomber. These guys are the crowd control of the group. These guys will force you into terrible choke points. They're going to block
Oh,
off
and
your
they'll-
zones of control.
And they'll be laughing and having joy the whole time.
Oh
they're
yeah,
doing it.
they are enjoying every single moment of grenade chucking that these little cocksuckers are having. They love throwing their grenades.
Yeah, because
They will share
they-
their grenade with you.
They throw their grenade, and then you just see them like kind of like crouch over and like skulk away to go throw another one somewhere else.
Yeah, they got this goofy ass walk when they throw it. Like they have yet again another character has very distinct footsteps. You might hear his footsteps before you hear him talk, because they're quiet until they start chucking.
No. You wanna know how I usually find out that there's a scab bomber somewhere?
You got a
I
grenade
just
up your
see,
ass.
I see a grenade just come flying and hit me right on the face. I'm just
Oh
like,
man, they have a great chucking arm. I don't know if it's difficulty dependent, because we only really play on the hardest difficulties now, but shit, dude, I've been hit in the face by so many scab bomber fire grenades. It's insane.
it's insulting. When
It is.
hits you in the face.
It is actually BM as fuck. Like they're saying I'm better than
There's
you.
a sound. There's a sound that makes when it hits you on the head. Because
It sure does.
It just goes dunk, and it like hits the floor, and before it blows up, and you're just like, I hate you so much.
Their grenades do have a noise when they land on the ground too. They beep to let you know, okay, there's a grenade on the ground. Like we said before, this game's audio design is amazing. They have audio, visual for everything, which is definitely a bonus. I feel, because you know it helps a lot of people that can't hear very well or can't see very well. But these grenades do a lot. Like, they do a lot of damage. These guys are one of the highest priority targets on your list. If you see them, you kill him. I don't care what gun you're running. If you're running the fucking shotgun, shoot him. Make him fall over so someone else can deal with him. These guys can instantly end your run. Because I don't know if it's coded with some of these enemies, but they will try to force you into the fire.
They
It's
push your ass.
crazy. Like I said earlier, though, one of the ways to know these guys are spawned in, their footsteps make a very unique noise. It's loud as fuck. When
Hey,
they
but
go
at
to
least
throw a
they're gonna
grenade, huh?
I was gonna say, wait, throw a grenade. I was talking about. I was gonna say the scab flamer, man.
Well, I haven't even gone through all the things that they do. Because
Yeah,
the scab bomber, he's got his footsteps, he's got his when he's going to pull the pin, it makes a noise. When he goes to throw the grenade, it makes a noise. When the grenade lands, it makes a noise. And he talks a lot too. Once he starts throwing grenades, he's a yapper.
Yeah, he usually doesn't last that long though. Luckily, they are.
Normally,
Very
they don't last
squishy.
very long, but if they do, if they get in a good spot, and they'll normally stand in a good spot where they know they're safe, they're going to chuck all day long. You let them live, they're going to throw out countless grenades. But we've jerked the bomber off enough. We're going to talk about the flamer. These guys are maniacs, both in terminology and in their combat prowess, because they're just going to bum rush you with their flamethrower. I know it's a shocker. Flamer carrying a flamethrower, crazy.
Well, at least with the newest update, you can blow them up by shooting their tank.
Yeah, if you shoot them in the tank, they will explode. But they do talk a lot. They are very loud. They are very I'm pretty sure they have unique footstep sounds as well. I think they make like a clunk noise when they walk. There's a unique noise when they spawn. It sounds like someone with a flint and steel, like trying to spark a fire. I think there's another noise they make. I might be wrong, but so you know they're coming. You'll know they're coming before you can even see them or hear them spawn, because right when they spawn in, noise. Shooting, like we said, shooting tank blows them up, and it does a good amount of damage too, like a shitload of damage.
Kills all the enemies.
It'll kill
around
almost.
too, pretty much.
It'll kill all chaff, including bruisers. It'll kill.
Wild.
It'll kill hounds, which we haven't talked about yet. It'll kill the dogs. It'll kill snipers. It almost kills other flamers. They have like 300 health left after that shot. After that tank blows up. And it leaves a pool of fire on the ground, but unfortunately, I don't know why.
Don't worry about it.
The pool of fire, normally this doesn't happen, so just an FYI, just to let you know, for whatever reason, for red barrels that you shoot and it leaves a fire on the ground, and these guys are gas tanks, when you blow them up, it ignores your toughness and goes straight for your health. So we don't know why that's the case. They fixed that with the flamethrower itself. So when they shoot the flamethrower at you, it rips your toughness apart, then your health. So it's probably
doesn't it still work? Doesn't the red barrel still go through your health?
yeah,
Or,
the red
like, your
barrel
toughness?
eats for your health still.
They probably coded it the same way.
Yeah, I
because
think it's
they're
the same coding, and I don't blame them. When you can cut corners coding-wise, I don't blame you, because coding is a bitch. I've tried it, I hated it.
Yeah, but they don't. I'm pretty sure they said they don't want the barrel's fire to go through your toughness.
Yeah, if that's the case, then they're just lazy. But we now are going to the Dreg Tox Bomber.
Oh boy.
These guys
This
are...
man.
I love these guys.
They use their grenades are heads.
Yeah,
Like,
just heads full of
Box
pox.
grenade. Yeah.
It's just, you know, poisonous gas that... Honestly, it wrecks your toughness. Like, no tomorrow. I think my Zealot, it takes 3 ticks and my toughness is gone.
Really?
Yeah, 3 ticks,
Mine usually lasts a
gone.
little longer. It might be because I'm running some things to help with my toughness, but
But,
like these guys shoot for your toughness and then hit you with corruption.
yeah, these guys are nasty. They're not as scary as their scab brothers, but you're gonna be a little paranoid once these guys start chucking them, because they block your line of sight.
And they last forever.
They last
and they buff.
forever. They buff enemies. Like, they might not do as much damage as their brothers do, but these guys will make something else far worse. These guys have a super unique fucking voice. Super unique voice. It's very high-pitched. You will hear it. Just kill them on sight. You know, these guys are also high on the list. Bombers, kill them. Just death to all bombers.
I'm pretty sure all the Tox based, like the Tox Bomber, Tox Flamer, Trapper, those kind of ones. I think they're all females, if I remember right.
No, the Tox Bomber's a male.
Are you sure?
He's a guy, yeah. Because he says, mine grenades, you know?
Are you sure you're just not an ugly woman?
If that's an ugly woman, God bless, dude. God bless that woman. But it sounds like a man. But it's 2024, so you can't assume that no more. Hey, I made that rhyme. But, yeah, just be careful with these guys. They're dangerous. They will fuck you up. And speaking of fucking stuff up, we have the Dreg Tox Flamer. These women are literally the same as the Scab Flamer. Just carbon copy, it's just that they'll do corruption damage as well, and they don't have the bug where you take damage for your health when their tank explodes.
Yeah, that's the nice part.
So if you have toughness and walk through their fire, you take the toughness damage first. Why that's the case, I don't know.
It's probably because they couldn't code it the same. I'm telling you, man. I think it's the coding. I think this got lazy.
I really think it is the coding, honestly. I said that the very first time we figured that out. Because I was doing excruciating tests one day, and that came up as a question.
Can you imagine if the corruption was able to go through your toughness?
Oh my god, dude. That would be so bad.
How quickly it ticks.
It would...
Oh boy.
It would eat your health. Alright, so we're gonna go through mutations of enemies, and then their mutator counterparts. It sounds confusing, but it's modifiers and missions. So we have the Poxhound. This is an infested enemy.
This is actually what caused the change in the survivalist thing for veteran.
Not these guys. The next.
Well, the Poxhound. That's what I'm talking about. The Poxhound and the Mutator Poxhound. These are the ones that
these guys. So, the dogs are going to attempt to jump on you. They're going to try to pounce you and start mauling you. And they give corruption quick. Pretty much the second they're on you, you just got corruption. So you have to be quick on your feet. You got to shove them. Like when they're jumping at you, try to shove them and dodge at the same time, just in case. They're loud as shit. There's a global audio cue when they're spawning in. You know, there's so many of them. Normally they spawn 1 or 2. It's very rare where they spawn more than 2. Normally when they spawn one, it's because you're far from the group. So, just stay in a group and you don't have to worry about it.
Oh yeah, easy. Super easy, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Big brain. Stay with the group, you'll live. What a concept.
So, there's a Mutator Poxhound.
Where it just, there's a shitload
A
of them.
shitload. This is what caused the Guardsmen to be nerfed. Right here, these guys. Specifically these guys, in our opinions. So, these guys are literally a
It's not an
Poxhound,
opinion,
but they're...
they said that.
Did they?
Yeah,
Fair
they did.
enough.
They said that it was a problem that the survivalist was too strong because of this.
And 5% of games. Maybe 2%. But, it's literally the same as a Poxhound. They got a little different coloring, but...
They're smaller.
They're smaller. They have a
Faster.
lot less health, and they're a bit faster. They glow when they're running at you, like their eyes glow and all that. They're a very unique looking Poxhound, so it's the same thing, you know, you'll hear them. When they spawn, there's a global audio cue of a bunch of dogs howling. You'll hear them. You'll know they're coming.
You'll know them. It's basically the Hellhound round from Call of Duty Black Ops.
Pretty much. Best way to put it. But next we have the Mutant. We've talked about these guys before with the lightning thingies. But they're Maniac, of course, where they're gonna rush you down at Mach fuck. They're running straight at you. They want to.
They are the fastest.
They
in the
want
game, I
you
would say.
to meet the ground. So
They are the fastest enemy in the game, I would say.
one of two things are gonna happen when a mutant grabs you. One of three things, actually. Sorry. If you are a human-sized enemy, they are going to grab you up and slam you on the ground 3 times, and then throw you. Now, normally, from what I understand, they do not attempt to ledge you, but they can.
I think in the code they tried to code it in where they don't let you, but
But unfortunately, sometimes it's not perfect. It's not the game's fault. It's just, you know, they're throwing you away from the ledge and you bounce off of something and fall. That's not the game's fault. You know, it happens. But it does a lot. If you don't have if your toughness is knocked out, they're hurting bad. If you have toughness, it's not gonna be that bad. It's relatively fine.
well, you're only taking 2 whacks, not 3.
Yeah, if you
Like,
have full toughness, the first one does nothing, and then the second one and the third one is like barely anything. But if you're missing a chunk, like a small amount, the 3 hits aren't the end of the world. If you're low on health, though, it is. But that's if you're a human-sized enemy. But if you're an Ogryn, what he's gonna do is he's gonna get on top of you and just rock your shit like he's fucking an MMA fighter. He's got you pinned and boom, 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 and then he's gonna pick you up and throw you. Same ordeal. Or he's just gonna pick you up and throw you. I don't know the requirements for just picking up and throwing you, unless you're alone. I know when you're alone, he's not gonna rock your shit.
I'm pretty sure if there's a horde around, he'll throw you. Like I've noticed that he throws
Yeah,
you more often than.
he attempts to throw you into massive hordes. I know he's hard-coded to throw you into massive hordes and into fire. In hazards, he's going to throw you into hazards. I've had him throw me into a fucking Beast of Nurgle, and the Beast of Nurgle swallowed me.
Grabbed his ass and swallowed him.
Grabbed me mid-air. It was
I
crazy.
I was laughing at that one.
But they have a global audio cue. They're loud as shit when they're running at you. You can hear them.
Oh yeah.
You're going to see them knocking down their teammates. Like, they want you first. Like, they want to get a hold of you. So they're pushing their teammates out of the way. I've been saved by mutants, unironically. Where someone was about to top-heavy me, and I was in the middle of a dodge, and he knocks them out of the way and saved my life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mutant.
Like, unironically, mutants can save you. I mean, I've seen snipers get knocked down because of them. Like, they were right about to shoot, you know, their gun flashed, they were going to shoot, mutant knocked them down.
Mutant doing get down, Mr. President.
But, I've had mutants save enemies' lives, too, you know, they knocked them out of the way. Saved their life. But, there's a mutator mutant. These guys are literally the same, but they spawn in massive hordes, you know, they got a unique noise when they spawn in, just like a mutant, but it's a bit different. They have the same amount of health as a mutant, from what I've checked, unless they changed it, but their reduction in damage is ridiculous. Like, they take double damage or something. Like, they're unarmored enemies. It's crazy. Like, you can sit there and look at them wrong and they'll die. It's fucking hilarious. But, next is an enemy that is definitely a skill check, though.
Huh.
The Pox
Yeah,
Burster.
some people could have 600 hours and they still haven't learned.
Me, for real.
Hugo, for real.
So true. These guys are infested enemies. He's literally just a poxwalker with a big-ass bomb strapped to his chest. They detonate it by dolphin diving towards you. When they get too close, they deal a stupid amount of damage and corruption damage. Like, a stupid amount. You can easily counter these guys by just shoving them. And I need you people to understand. Your shove is ridiculously far. Like, you can push them from so far away. I will go, whenever I'm done recording this, I'm gonna go into the shooting range. I'm gonna show you how far a shove is. Because that shit is ridiculous.
I also want you guys to understand, Abel, when I'm playing with him,
Oh yeah.
he knows how to shove it properly. He always pushes it towards me.
Every single time, without no. Don't shoot these guys, please don't. There are only a few occasions where you should shoot these guys. When you shove them and they fall, but they don't detonate, it's very, very rare. Don't let them get back up, just shoot them, be done with it. If you can't shoot them, just let them get back up and shove them again. Hopefully they detonate. Sometimes there are areas to where they drop down to spawn in. And if they drop down, just shoot them. Done. They might just kill their teammates around them. And believe it or not, with these guys, any infested enemy that is nearby, when they explode, are hard-coded to die instantly. Poxwalkers, other Pox Bursters, Pox Hounds. Pretty much anything that is an infested enemy is going to die instantly. These guys are a boon and a curse. So
It's only a curse if you have teammates that push them towards you.
oh yeah, there are times where sometimes, unfortunately, people aren't paying attention and they shove it into the group, not knowing people have repositioned, and there are times to where they just come around the corner and they weren't making a noise for whatever reason. Like, it played the global audio cue, but they did not make a ticking noise when they spawned. Well, more like a clacking noise. I don't know what that noise is.
They're beeping and then it's all over with.
Yeah, once you hear them beeping, they're really close. Like, the closer they get, the faster audio cues start occurring as a warning. They flash red in their chest, like, you know they're coming. But they're very dangerous still. Just be careful with these guys. They're no joke.
They want to give you a hug.
Oh yeah, big ol' hug. And his friends, too, if you're lucky.
Oh yeah.
But,
gives you a hug, explodes you into the horde, and the horde just kicks you down.
I've seen plenty of people fucked up by that. But next we're going to the fun part of the game, the monstrosities, or the bosses. So we're going for the scabs first. There's a couple of these, ironically. So we have the Scab Captain. But these guys are a scab with a little bit of a twist here, where they have a bubble shield around them. You gotta crack the shield to get the goodies inside, and
You gotta crack the shell to get to the eggs inside.
first we crack the shell, then we get the nuts inside. So these guys can be an absolute menace. The amount of damage they can just shit out. Their plasma pistol, their shotgun, their maw, their sword, whatever the fuck they're using, they will fuck you up. You can block their melee attacks, and you can dodge them. So don't be afraid to block while dodging. You may have mistimed it, or whichever. You know, his attack is a bit awkward, and, you know, there's always other enemies around, so just be careful. Dodge his attacks more than anything. Or a crusher, or anything massive. He only normally spawns on Havoc in missions labeled Assassination. So it's not a surprise when these guys spawn in, because you know they're coming. So Havoc missions, expect Scab Captains.
At least 2.
Assassinations, expect a Scab Captain. They might also be Dread Captains. I think they're all Scab Captains and Assassinations, but
I've only seen like one Dread Captain, but Scab Captains are like always spawning.
yeah. So now we have the fun ones. Rinda Karnak. Oh man, this bitch is a scab captain, but on roids.
She's a bitch.
She's better in melee. She has no gun, no ranged capabilities, but she is fucking fast. She is the fastest boss in the game. She is deceptively fast. For how big she is fast. Harder to kill than the scab captain. She only spawns during certain events, which it'll be a global event. You know, they'll let you know that something's spawning in the dark. And only spawns during the Assassinate the Karnak Twins mission. Her bubble shield will take double damage from gunfire, so shoot the bitch till that bubble pops. Then we have her twin brother, Rodin Karnak.
The real meat of the twins.
I'm telling you, this guy is more dangerous than her for a myriad of reasons. He's a ranged-only version of the Scab Captain. He's gonna shoot the shit out of you with his massive plasma pistol. He'll occasionally chuck out some landmines.
Pox landmines.
Pox landmines that deal corruption damage, and a lot at that.
There's no limit to how many he can throw down.
He can have an infinite number out as long as he's got the time and he's got the room.
Yeah.
He's the same as Rinda for spawning. He's not spawned in a special event, except for the lead up to the Karnak Twins' original fight.
Yes. He takes double damage from melee attacks on his
Yeah,
shield.
so if you're attempting to kill him, just beat the fuck out of him with a melee weapon, beat the brakes off of him, spank him around till his bubble pops, then go to town. Now we have the Dread Captain. From what I understand, and from my testing, same as a Scab Captain. Completely covered in flak.
Yeah, they pretty much are, like, these counterparts, like, the ones that are not, like, named, they're pretty much just the same as their,
The opposite, yeah.
Yeah, the opposite. Just, you know, for the different faction.
Yeah, he's the exception to the Dreg rule, covered in flak.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Now we have the fun part, the demons, the daemons, whichever way you want to say it. Every single boss, whether that be the Karnak Twins, the Dread Captain, all of these bosses have a global audio cue. And it will override every other audio cue. So there is no excuse to not hearing these guys. And there is a mutator variant that randomly spawns in with a significantly decreased health. I can't tell you how much because I can't test that. There's zero way for me to test it, so I'm going to say at least 50% less, roughly. Might be less, might be more, so take that with a pinch of salt. So, we have the Plague Ogryn. Unyielding enemy. He's got a lot of displacement attacks. Easily ledge kill you if you're not careful with the way you position, the way you set yourself up. Just be careful with these fucking guys. They're scary. These guys are impossible to stagger, I feel like. Unless you're running Voice of Command or Chorus from the Zealot, you're not staggering these guys. Maybe a couple grenades here and there. A barrel blowing up staggers them, but that's about it. If you can't dodge the charge attack, he's going to sit there and lower his head and run at you. Block it. It's going to send you flying a little with the block, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, he can't even get behind cover because he can pop 90s on...
Yeah, he's going to... They can turn on a nickel and give you change. They are crazy with that charge. If they want you, they're getting you. But just shoot him in the face, block their charge attack. He's got a 3-hit combo that can be deceptively long-reaching, and he's got a stomp. Just watch out for those, and you'll be fine.
He also has a long probing finger.
Oh yeah, he's got the stink finger. But the Demon Host, another unyielding and an optional boss at that.
Optional. And
Emphasis on optional. People accidentally set her off. Sometimes it's an accident, sometimes it's just sheer stupidity. Random chance on spawning on every map. She has
spawning in darkness.
Yeah, massive higher chance to spawn on missions where the power's out. You get one chance with these girls. You can startle them once, but if you do it again, you got a fight on your hands. So,
and probably a death.
They're gonna attempt to kill the person that scared her. she does AoE corruption damage when she starts fighting. She can hit multiple people. She's going for one person. Her hitboxes are massive. So she's gonna, or hurt box, whatever. They're massive. So just be careful. It's very rare, but it can occur. I recommend if someone startles it that can't survive an onslaught, just let her kill you. Just let her kill you. She's gonna kill that one person and take off. So she goes into a very special animation when she does go to kill you, so if you do enough damage, you can possibly save them. But
Possibly.
emphasis on
Basically,
possibly.
it's an animation that basically makes sure your whole bar is corruption before she kills you.
Yeah. You can survive it, but it's very rare.
Very rare because it drains you quickly.
But she constantly does make noise. She warns you. Your AI will sit there and make a noise, not a noise, but make a quip of, oh, there's a demon host nearby.
You can ping her.
Yeah, you can ping her. There's a lot of ways to know where she is. She's got fog around her, so if it's really foggy all of a sudden, you know it's her. Yeah, there's a lot to let you know. I'm probably missing something still. Chaos Spawn. Another unyielding enemy. I know you're shocked. It's just a wall of flesh that he's so fast. Like,
So
for how
fast.
massive he is fast.
He has the least health out of the, like, 3, but he's fast and he can grab you.
Yep, he's got a command grab. He's gonna sit there and try to do an onslaught of attacks, just constantly mauling one person. And whenever he's done with the mauling, he's gonna attempt to grab. Try to learn that dodge. If not, it might be best if your team is communicating to actually let him grab you, because he's gonna stand still for a second, try to eat you to regain health and give you toughness, corruption. But if a teammate walks near him, he's going to try to swing you around, which leaves him open so the teammate can backdash and unload. Because now he's open. He's not doing anything other than spazzing out.
Standing still. Yeah, spazzing out and standing still, and then he just throws you, and the throw doesn't even do damage to you.
Yeah, the throw does nothing. Whenever he's swinging you around, it does no damage. Oddly, does 0 damage to you.
Yeah, even if he hits your teammate.
Yeah, it's very odd, but I'm not complaining. They try to swap targets if the grab misses. So they're gonna repeat this process till either you're dead or it's dead.
And
So
it dies pretty quickly.
it's gonna die. If you have an Ogryn that has the barrage and he's ripping their protections away with his F key, then he's just gonna annihilate them. You're gonna strip him to shreds, and he's just gonna be a wet noodle. But the last enemy, these guys are the bane of my existence.
I love these guys because they're the bane of your existence.
The Beast of Nurgle. An unyielding slug, just a massive slug. He's slowly gonna crawl towards you. He throws up bile, and that shit slows you down to a crawl. Wherever he crawls, he leaves bile, and that bile does give corruption. He has some slam attacks.
He gets hungry.
Yeah, if you get close to him, he can grab you and swallow you.
And then he just runs away.
He will run away with you. And that swallow attack does a shitload of corruption in massive chunks. But you can get out.
Yeah, but you have to rely on your team.
But shooting an explosive barrel near it can spit you out. And when he spits you out, he sends you far. I'm pretty sure they're coded to try to ledge you.
You think?
If they're not, that's crazy, because I've been ledged by those so many times.
Fair enough.
But, anything can get them out, it's just you have to do a shitload of damage, except one time I think we did it too early to knock Duplex out.
Yeah, we did it way too quickly.
But, I mean, it didn't matter at that point, it was fucking dead anyways.
Yeah.
But, there's only a couple of grenades that'll work, like a frag, a crack, the Ogryn frag grenade, and ironically the big box of hurt is decent at getting somebody out of their mouth, but...
Well, it's because he has so many explosions.
Yeah. You just gotta stagger them, which is very hard, because, you know, we talked about unyielding enemies being almost impossible to stagger. I feel like I'm missing something. I think that's it.
That is it.
So yeah, I think that's the end of our enemies, and we're going to go to the last bit here. Actually, no, let's jerk off these fucking modders, because
Oh boy.
Christ on a motorbike. These guys
The only
are
ones
the
keeping the game
lifesaver
alive.
for this game for me, man. I don't like semi-automatic weapons in games, especially when fully automatic firearms are supposed to be like the norm of the norm in militaries. Everywhere. Because the full auto mod saves you from getting fucking arthritis.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you agree?
I cannot tell times this guy talks about his arthritis.
Hey man, I don't want to.
At,
I don't
like,
want to
what,
sit there.
27?
Fuck that. I don't want to have to tell my. Sorry, can you help me pull my pants up?
Well, maybe if you stop doing the 5-finger truffle shuffle so much, you won't have to worry about arthritis.
Listen, man, I jerk off with my left hand and game with my right hand.
Ah, man of culture, I see.
But, full auto mod, weapon customization, goated mod. I love that mod, bro. Scopes, barrel changes, fucking body changes, stock, anything you want, they got it. And if you add the goofy ass, add-on to it, oh my god, you can have fucking thunderhammers that have a shovel head on it. It's funny as hell. It's great. I love the modding community for this game. They're unironically goated as fuck, and if I catch any of you being mean to the modders, I will personally kill you. I don't mean figuratively, I mean literally. I will come to your house and gut you. Leave the modders alone. Stop fucking with them. You know how many fucking modders I've seen over the years sit there and stop modding because shitbirds bother the fuck out of them? Oh, I don't like your mod. Then don't fucking download it, retard. God. Like, dude, I'm just sick of seeing people harassing the shit out of someone because they think, oh, option A is good, but I don't like option B. I'm gonna go harass the shit out of somebody for months on end, and when they block me, make 5,000 different accounts and harass them even more. No, fuck you. Fuck your mom. Your mom's a hoe. Like, fuck that shit. But, yeah, God bless the modding community is all I gotta say. Y'all are the goats. Unironic goats. Give them a shout out wherever you can. You know, give your modders a hug. I could probably post a couple goofy ass images of weapon customization. It's great.
It is.
I think in the video I have my bolter customized somewhere. It's got an optic on it and a stock. So I don't know why that bolter has no stock in the game. Normally, from the art I've seen, they have stocks. So it's very weird. But
But bolters?
yeah,
Bolters usually don't have a stock.
from a lot of the art I've seen, they have a stock. It must be fan art.
Yeah, bolters
You never-
usually. Not even Space Marine bolters have stocks.
You never know anymore with official versus fan made because of how popular 40k is.
Recoil damn things for bitches, don't you know? This
Amen.
Is Warhammer 40k.
Who needs a shoulder? Who needs a
we take-
forearm?
We take our recoil like men.
Good. I would not want to shoot that big ass gun like that. Fuck that.
Oh yeah, considering you're already so worried about your arthritis.
Yeah. You know it. So, we're gonna sit here now and discuss future weapons Darktide could possibly add. You wanna go first? You wanna daisy chain it?
Sure, why not? You go first, though.
Alright. So, for the Ogryn, this is what Hugo wanted to add for whatever reason, was brass knuckles. So I guess fist type weapons, you know, we could just get the big booger hooker, the Oh man, why can't I
Yeah.
remember the name of that Space Marine weapon now? The gauntlet. Power gauntlet?
The Power Fist.
Power fist. Power fist. I'm stupid. Don't mind me.
If I had to say a weapon. Now, mind you, this has been in the the insignia for it has been in the file since day one.
And the magazine.
Melta. The Melta. The Melta, the Melta, the Melta. Everyone's been asking for it from the community, but again, they hate the Guardsmen and they can't put it in.
Watch them give it to
haters.
Zealot.
I swear to God, if they get it to Zealot, I'm going to be pissed. I'm never playing this game again.
Next is it's a long shot here, but the multi-melta for the Ogryn could work. I don't know if they would. I doubt it, but never hurts to spitball.
They're not intelligent enough for that.
They got a bonehead.
Boneheads are still pretty stupid.
Pretty stupid. They can't count past like 5 or something like that.
Yeah, like a bonehead implant allows you to get to 4.
But
a very smart Ogryn can get to 5.
Big thinking.
A long las. They already have the snipers already use a long las. Just give it to the guardsmen. Just exists.
How would they balance it? We don't know. We don't care. You can figure it out. It shouldn't be too hard.
Figure it out. Your balancing is already shit anyway.
The hot shot las.
Again, another weapon that's already in the game.
The scab gunners use them.
Yeah. So fuck. The two-handed chain axe.
Yet
used
again.
By the maulers. Used by the maulers.
Would be a fun zealot weapon, methinks.
A power axe.
The good old power axe.
Fuck
Give it to the guardsman, maybe give it to the zealot.
I don't know. It seems like zealot gets power weapons now, so give it to the zealot.
I think the one-handed and two-handed version should go to the guard, and the two-handed version should go to the zealot. But speaking of the two-handed version, two-handed power axe. Let's get some loving from our boys that just so happen to be wolf-like.
Yeah. Now the melt-a-bomb. That would be really powerful. I could see probably I actually could see them not giving this to the guardsmen just because of the whole how it refreshes every 60 seconds.
Yeah,
that might be too strong.
It might be something that you can just find in the field and toss it, maybe.
That probably would be better.
Same with the stickhead grenade, where they got a bunch of grenades taped together to chuck it as an anti-armor weapon. The Kriegers use it.
Kriegers use it to take out tanks, space marines, you name it. They probably take it out with it. The power fist.
Yeah,
now, I know some commissars in the 40k lore have it, a mini version for it.
You can give it to an Ogryn and give it to whoever. You can make a small and a large version. You got it with the shovels, so.
And we got the plasma pistol. That's
a hot shot las pistol as well.
Yeah, hot shot las pistol, but the plasma. They're both in the. I think the plasma pistol's in the game, and
the
hot shot.
The bosses use them.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know because they were kind of big, so I didn't know if that was just a normal plas that they're just shooting us with.
If that's a plasma rifle, they're crazy. But
it might be.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. You got the hot shot las pistol, of course. That. I don't know how much they would change it to make it different from the las pistol, because.
Yeah, they already have a heavy las pistol that's juiced up.
They could just make it like an AoE weapon, kind of, but who knows. But, you said the power saber. There's the Volkite pistol.
Well, Volkite might be a little bit much.
It might be a little too much, but we are, who we are.
Yeah, but the Volkite is very rare, very very rare.
Well, I mean, we got platinum. I'm not gonna make excuses for it. It's just it's not something we want. We need to have. It's something we'd want to see.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
A las cannon for the Ogryn would be.
That'd be crazy. Unironically crazy as fuck, but doubtful. But you never know.
A Ripper pistol might be also nice.
Yeah, and then a regular sniper rifle. Just a bolt action. Whatever. Just give us more variety and weapons for our guardsmen buddies that are sticking it through because they're getting fucked up the ass.
very hard fucked up their ass.
So, the point y'all have been waiting for are review scores. So, we're going to review it as consistent players coming back to this update and people that are both new and people that dropped the game within the first week coming back to the game. So, the first part is consistent players that have about 600 or more hours. We're going to rate this game a 6.5 out of 10. Or I am at least, 6.5 out of 10.
I rated it as 6.
The half for me is because, well, I'll give you my breakdown. The updates are slow. The bugs are still in the game that have been there since day one. And Havoc requiring 4 people that are in comms, and them constantly forgetting about a class for over a year.
I said a 6 because for many of the same reasons. Slow updates. There's been bugs that have been there since day one that they haven't fixed, like a memory leak problem. The Havoc needing comms and even have a chance of winning the higher levels is, I don't think that's very healthy for the game. Having that kind of stuff in a game where you're supposed to be able to like join up on a party and play. And again, I took a point off for completely forgetting about veteran because I play it.
You play the class, you main the class.
Yeah,
I would probably have it at a 6 if I played the class more, but because you play it, we normally play together.
Yeah.
So
I gave the consistent player a 6, and for those players that coming back or like are new, I would give it a 9.
I agree. I'm the same way. This game is easily a 9 out of 10 for a $40 game. For getting at least for the 600-hour mark is a lot to ask for a $40 game, and it hits that nail on the head. And ironically enough, normally we disagree on a lot of these things. We'll sit there and argue for, oh, why'd you give it that way? We are pretty concise on the 6.5 out of 10 for new or old players coming in with over 600 hours, the old heads, and the new guys that are coming in fresh off the boat, or they haven't played for over 600 hours. They're going to love this game. They're probably still going to love this game, but once you get to that 600-hour mark, it's going to be a brick wall. It's not going to be a sudden shift. It's going to be a massive, like, you just slammed into that shit. But I'd say give the game a try. If you can find it on sale, buy it, play it, have fun, try to enjoy 40K. Don't listen to the fucking retards on Twitter telling you, oh, this is this and this is that. Learn yourself. And,
don't play veteran until they show it some love. Because
try to tell Fat Shark to get their fat ass up off the chair and update Guardsmen, please.
God forbid they ever even look at him.
Because while you may hit the wall at 600 hours, playing veteran and hitting that wall is like hitting the wall and getting kicked in the nuts.
Yeah, it's atrocious. But
truly insult to injury.
Here you go. Since you're here, you might as well drop your numbers. I already did, but fuck it.
Abel said the same thing. Like we all gave once you're at the 600-hour mark, it's a 6 for me. I'm sure he said it before. Updates are slow. Bugs can be an issue, and even when the updates come out, like those same bugs still consistently become an issue, and class balance is just all over the place, man. Veteran is sitting at the bottom of the barrel. Ogryn is sitting at this massive pedestal. Like the disparity between the two is just so fucking ridiculous. And even with Psyker being so good, Zealot's struggling despite still doing good with just one of his classes. The game could be so much better, but I still find enjoyment out of it somehow. If you're new, you're gonna enjoy it. But like Abel said, the moment you hit that 600-hour mark, you're gonna notice that like the power creep is ridiculous for certain classes, and Fat Shark needs to show some love. Fat Shark really needs to show love for certain classes. So that the rest of the game feels nice.
I agree.
And that's my take. That is wholeheartedly my take.
And that's going to be the end of the review. So good luck, Godspeed. Grindel is always watching, and may the force be with you.
Lunch?
I want to thank you guys for watching the vid. It's a long one, I know. I'm sorry. It's just one of those things. I guess it's the autism in me kicking in to want to explain everything so you guys aren't wasting, even if it's just $40, even if it's $20, even if it's $10. I don't want you all to waste money. Like, comment, and subscribe if you want to. I hate the shill, but, you know, it's the YouTube meta, and it helps remind people, hey, I should probably do that. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. If you didn't like it, please tell me why. The more information that I can receive, the better. If I need to do something different, I need to work on keeping my face a certain distance from the mic and facing and all that. It is very hard, especially when I'm getting excited about something. But other than that, I don't know anything else, so please, guys, tell me. Anywho, Happy New Year's. Thank you so much for watching. Love y'all.